minority, an extreme outlier, right?
Absolutely.
Majority of women, when they go through a volatile relationship and they have to make a decision to get a divorce, it's usually because there's some extreme circumstances that push them over that edge, right? We
Okay, let me
find
ask you
that
something. Let me ask you something. Well, let me ask you something. Do you believe that when it comes to black men and black women, that black women are the most educated?
do I believe that black women are the most educated? I believe
Yeah.
now they're enrolling in the institutions of higher learning at a higher rate than men.
Why do you believe that?
Because that's what the universities are telling us.
That's what the data says.
That's what the universities are telling us. Yes.
Absolutely. That's what the data says. It's okay to say it because I know you know what the point I'm about to make, which is why you don't want to say it, right?
No,
So
it's
the
fine.
data,
Yeah, make a point.
okay, the data doesn't support you. The data does not say that the majority of women leaving relationships and or marriages are leaving because they're volatile. The data says that the majority of women are leaving relationships for irreconcilable differences. That does not
And
equate to
within
volatile.
so let's stick with that, right? So if that's the majority, irreconcilable differences, right?
Mhm.
Now, what comes under the umbrella of irreconcilable differences?
A lot of things.
Not volatile.
Exactly.
A
No,
lot of things.
Not
volatile
volatile.
can. So okay, so you're saying
Not
that.
volatile.
So let me ask you a question then, Beans. So you're saying that I won't be able to find one woman who filed a divorce under irreconcilable differences that will say that their relationship was volatile.
No, what I'm saying is, even if you did find one, it will go against the talking point that you just used about using the minority to convey the majority. So I
No,
wouldn't care if
but,
you found one. Who cares?
no, I can find
It
more than
wouldn't
one though.
represent the majority still.
But what I'm saying is, I can find enough women that will say, "Hey, yes, it was a volatile situation. Yes, there was extreme circumstances that pushed me." Matter of fact, I'm willing to wager that I will find more women who will say that than women that says what Illa says. That woman said that, oh, the situation was a perfectly good relationship, and I just decided to walk away because God told me to walk away.
Hey, Brownsville. Hey, Brownsville. Let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead,
As a
Elvis,
cop,
go ahead.
as a cop, why don't cops like to go to domestic violence situations?
Why do what?
Why don't cops like to go to domestic violence situations?
I don't think you know cops like to go to any volatile situation, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's a burglary, whether it's a robbery in progress, uh, whether it's a aggravated assault.
I'm
I don't
saying
think
I'm saying
I
that
don't
because
think
I was a military cop for 2 years in the military. And the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of these cases, and this is why some of these conversations, is like when we have a conversation, we talk about stuff that we heard before and we don't do the research, we don't add stuff in. A lot of those situations are volatile on both ends. And sometimes the women give the cops issues as well. If it's the man that they're coming to get, they don't like those situations because they never know what they're going into. My thing is this, right?
but
When it
that's
comes to,
any situation, El Nick.
I,
That's
I, I I
any
get that.
situation.
I
Right.
get that. But here's the thing, right? Most of the time, I have issues for trying to be down the middle. Hell, I was the last channel that I was at, the 2 times that I visited, it was all women in the chat. And I was trying to be balanced. And it was women deleting my comments. So when I'm talking about certain things, I'm talking down the middle, right? And I speak on bi-directional abuse. A lot of these cases are misclassified because of bi-directional abuse, meaning there's abuse on both sides. And sometimes one person will eventually push back, or they're both going back and forth, but one doesn't call the cops. Now, I'm not saying that the violence will be equal on both ends, because men of all groups are more violent. Women of all groups are more educated, right? We all know this. But what I'm saying is, a lot of times this stuff is not, it's misclassified. These women
Well,
aren't, hold up,
do
these women aren't all soft and non-confrontational. So when I hear these conversations from both men and women, I really can't take their word because I don't know them. Because if you look at violence and you look at all those disputes, right? Then if we can compare women on women marriages, the divorce rate is higher and the violence is higher, and there's no man in the picture.
Right. But see, now we're talking about a totally different setup, right? But I'm
I
gonna
mean,
just give
I
you,
get that.
I'm
I
gonna
get
just
that.
give
I
you
was
from
just throwing that in there.
personal,
I get it.
right? But I'm just giving you some
I'm still waiting
personal
to
experience.
respond to Brownsville.
Yeah, I'm gonna come right to you. But what I want to just educate him on, like the facts, right? So when we show up for DV situations, right, what we are trained to do is to identify the primary aggressor, right? And we do that using a multitude of tactics, right?
Right.
We look at physical injury, right? We take the witness statements, right? We can look at text messages, voicemails. We interview neighbors and things of that nature, right? So
Uh-huh.
usually, right, if the officer is there in good faith, which majority of the time they are, right, they're going to do their due diligence and discover who the primary aggressor was, right? And
Uh-huh.
whoever the person gets arrested, that's usually who the primary aggressor was. Now, am I saying that it's an infallible situation and officers can't make mistakes? No, but I'm just
Right.
talking about the majority situations. That's what they're doing because they don't know those people they're dealing with. So they're investigating and determining facts that actually happen, right?
So,
And the DV stats speak for themselves when it comes to men and women relationships.
so let me ask you a question: is verbal still abuse?
Verbal is abuse, yes.
All right. So this is my thing, right? And I'm trying not to make a case for one side, but here's my thing: when we do have these conversations, sometimes it's the people who talk about being a victim, right? Have been a victimizer. Because if you really want to be honest, in our lives, we all have been on different sides of that spectrum. We have been a victim, and we have been a victimizer of some type of situation. So when you break down what those definitions are, that's when you start talking about reality. Because if we go back, hell, when we were young, you know, boys and girls been hitting on each other. This girls been hitting on men. Men just normalize that abuse is not synonymous with us. That's why we don't call the cops. That's why we don't report stuff. But when we talk about these type of instances, my whole thing is there's no gender when it comes to that. And that's sometimes happening in these conversations. We make it a gender. But if you go by the definition, then a lot of people are guilty of certain things. If you're talking about throwing things, punching holes in the wall, whether a man or woman, that's still domestic violence. So I think sometimes we throw gender in there and we misclassify a lot of stuff. The definition is what it is, and there's no gender in any of it. That's all the point I was making. That's it.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
DJ. Doors, domestic violence.
yeah,
Right.
and it's very, and this is what I'm saying. Like, even when you say that men are more violent, if you're talking about it in relationships, that's not true, right? The data doesn't show that. That's my point. But this is what I'm saying. Niggas, we hate data when it doesn't back up what we saying.
So what does the
Right.
data show? Show me some data where it says that women are being arrested more than men for DV.
So
And
this what you gotta. Mhm.
I'm talking about in a heterosexual situation.
There won't
Absolutely.
be.
So I'm not, listen, I'm not gonna be mad at you for that, right? I'm just saying that it's me, right? Like me and Sharon say, it's me, right?
No, but you're talking about data. So I'm asking
Absolutely.
you.
So what I'm saying is
Right.
this. So let me finish, right? So you can't trick me, right, by trying to pigeonhole it to show me the women being arrested, right?
Right.
Because
Yeah.
when we talk about the number of women who are SA, what do the women always say? Well, what about the women who don't report? What percentage of men do you think actually report being victims of domestic violence with women? You think it's a lot? You think it's half? Or you think it's way lower than that, right? So we can't limit it to being arrested, right? But what I can say is the data shows that in intimate partner relationship violence, meaning, like he just said, mutual combat, 7 out of 10 times the woman is the batterer. That's what the data shows.
And so put that data on the screen, because to me, what I'm saying in my own experience, in my line of work, right, that data is totally incorrect, right?
Of course it
When
is,
it
because
comes
you
to
go to arrest people,
when
right?
it comes to heterosexual relationships and
Mhm.
DV
Mhm.
between men and women, right? Men are more often than not the primary aggressors. That's true in 2024, just as well it was true in 2023 and beyond, right? And it
Right.
hasn't changed, regardless of how you
That's
can
because
take
you don't respect, you don't
one
respect the data.
statistic. You can take one statistic and then try to twist it to formulate your own narrative that
That's exactly
speaks
what
to
you're
something
doing.
that's not happening.
You're
No,
taking,
I'm
you
telling
just
you
literally
actual
took
facts.
your own anecdotal experience and used that to say, well, this is what must be happening the majority of the time. You literally
So
just did that.
what are they qualifying? How are they qualifying what is considered inter-partner relationship violence if they're not utilizing outcomes, right? Who got arrested?
Because so what you're saying is if it's a woman and a man is hitting on her and she doesn't report it, it doesn't exist. It's not violence because she didn't report it.
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, so what's the point? Right?
What I'm saying is
that's what I'm
it's
saying. You
unreported
just acknowledge, but you just acknowledge, right, that there's physical, there's emotional, there's verbal, there's psychological.
But you can't get arrested for those. You get arrested for physical.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point.
So you're saying that our laws are
You're
flawed.
trying to minimizing it to being arrested. So you're saying that those times when men are violent towards women and they're not arrested, those don't count. That's not real violence. Thank you.
No, I'm not saying that. What
okay,
I'm saying
then
is,
so then you just checkmate it yourself.
The data speaks for itself. No, what I'm saying is the data speaks for itself, whether it's reported data or unreported data, right?
No, you're literally pigeonholing yourself to arrest records. The minute you do that, you're checkmating yourself.
No, but what I'm saying is
so
that is an outcome.
Forget the checkmate. Let's get back to having a conversation.
No. Don't be disingenuous.
No. Hold on. Because it's not. It's a false checkmate. So you got to tell us. No. I was quiet. I just want to jump in. Like him keeps saying checkmate doesn't actually mean anything. It means that he's trying to stop the conversation. Either stop the conversation because y'all don't believe
the conversation wasn't stopped. We were still talking. You didn't have to interject.
You keep saying checkmate.
I'm not stopping him from talking, though.
Don't get triggered, Sharon. You're triggered. You're triggered,
right.
Baby. Don't get triggered. It's just a word. PJ.
He sees his man.
I wanted to respond
Mr.
to
Ropes. He felt like he needed to be tagged
in. Illa already stole my first point, which is that, we offered, we solicited that type of bare minimum, as you would call it, on the other side, left wing. So I won't beat that over the head. But my second point is, regardless of if you want to look at it at that perspective, that women want us to be at a plateau or we meet them on the same grounds, regardless if you want to look at it like that, everybody still has access to them same women. Yeah, the same nigga you was talking about who sagging, rapping, driving his mama car, can't pay his shit, he still can go hit that 9, 10 that you talking about, or that, oh, she's this type of woman. They still got access to them because when she trapped up in the mansion, right, and she can't go nowhere, and he thinking I can buy her this and do all of that and keep her, in a dragon guarded castle. Now she's smacking the garden. You see what I'm saying? So if those men still have access, then no, they're not changing their standards. They're not changing anything, right? Because what they're doing is saying, I can never be satisfied because I'm always going to feel like once I'm comfortable, once I'm complacent, I want something more. And that's just how they're built.
No, so that's totally incorrect, my brother.
Women are
because basically, right, what you're doing is you're shaming women for just wanting to have fun and express themselves in the same ways that men have been doing it for years, right? So you're saying that a woman, a woman who decides to go out to a club, meet a man, and she's intentional with what she's desiring at that point, right? Mm-hmm. She's saying, hey, I just want to have a good time. I'm not desiring this man for no long-term commitment. I just want to have a good time with this man. So now when she decides to do that, you're going to hold that over her head and say, well, because you decided to make that decision, now you don't deserve a man with a certain level of standards, right? Because you reduce your standards to that certain point, right? To whereas when it comes to men, you want to still uphold double standards. You're saying, well, men shouldn't have to raise their standards because women have autonomy to pick and choose and to move however they want to move. To me, it should be standards on both sides, right? If we're going to criticize the woman for making a choice to be promiscuous one night, right? Then we also got to start criticizing these men for doing the same exact thing, right? That's what will make it fair. That's what will make it just, right? But when we only choose to beat women upside of the head for making bad choices when it comes to promiscuity, right? And we're letting the men run rampant, run wild, and do whatever they want to do, then that's what causes a schism in the relationship world.
This is the
I get
thing,
that,
though.
but this is my thing. Let me hold on. Let me get it. Because he kind of derailed us a little bit. So I just want to say I wasn't going there. Promiscuity, that's not the conversation we were having. The conversation we were having was, hey, if I'm doing X, Y, and Z for a woman, or she's requiring that, then you can't be out here saying, oh, this nigga can, break my back end. This nigga can break my back end, and then turn around and put these standards on I. You get what I'm saying? Because on the flip side, men, when we come in, we do have standards. As you said, Sharon has said earlier, like, okay, well, he was making a damn, I almost forgot. So basically, he was saying earlier, hey, if y'all come over here with that, then you are to blame because you're picking those type of people, right? So if we picking those type of people, then that would, oh, excuse me, let me get back on track. So look, if we're at fault for picking those type of people, then they're at fault for hiding themselves so that they don't allow us to pick the right type of people. You get what I'm saying? Most men, I mean, they might lie about what type of money they got or something like that, but most men are gonna keep it funky with you. Hey, this is what I like to do. Hey, I like to have a threesome one day. Hey, I didn't bang 1,200 chicks. I didn't did this. I didn't did that. Most guys gonna keep it funky with a chick, but what a woman gonna do? She gonna come in the door? No, I ain't never did that. Oh yeah, he was just cool. No, I don't even be talking and responding to most of the guys. Woo, woo, woo. So we ain't talking about promiscuity. Hell, come in the door with the promiscuity, but be straight up. Hey, look, I done did this, that, and that, and then let me accept that. But you can't try to, hide the wool over our face and then turn out to be somebody else. One and two, again to the point, they not asking us to meet them at no level. They asking us to come in, show us what can I consume from you, and once I've consumed what I feel like, and this is not going to get any greater. Now let me go look and see if there's something else, and that's the majority experience that I've seen and talked to. And I'm just to give a little bit of my background. I was married 5 years with my first child's mother, and then I got my second child's mother. We weren't married, but we were best friends. We done went through all stages, graduated all stages outside of marriage. So best friends, fuck buddies, you name it, all the way up in the relationship. So, me and her, we still tight to this day. She's Haitian, first baby mom, ex-wife. She's Dominican. I've been in a polyamorous relationship with a black woman and a Mexican woman. I've spent 5 years in the military. Shit, I got out, did 1 year in jail, got in some trouble, got my record clean, went and worked a corporate job for a couple years, got into jewelry about 7 years ago. So that's a little bit of my background, but I'm not on no platforms and nothing like that. I got a small following, but I'm pretty big time in my state, Arizona. But outside of that, we growing.
But I salute you, right?
Let me just jump in there real quick, Brownsville, because you said a lot of things, and you had some good points. But the thing about it is, the problem that I feel like when it comes to women is that it's not about holding them to the standard of perfection. I'm talking about holding to the standard of being a woman. You being promiscuous is not ladylike. It's not becoming of a woman. Every time a woman wants to do something, it has to be compared to what a man is doing. She has to express her disdain or disgruntledness in a masculine manner. You don't have to go and just do what men do. You can't do what men do. Even if a man is being put like this, even if a man has multiple women, it may not be the most morally correct thing, depending on whatever culture you in, but it's not necessarily taken away from his masculinity. It may be offensive to some people, but it's not making him feminine. Women behaving like a man for whatever reason takes away from who they are as women. If I'm dealing with multiple women, it may be taboo in society, but it doesn't take away from my manhood. You dealing with multiple men takes away from you as who you are as a woman. So I feel like we always trying to compare what women do to men do. They're not men. And another thing, I want to take it way, way back, because you have brought up education. A lot of Black women are educated. But education, in the general sense of it, is supposed to be information that excels who you are. Education doesn't necessarily excel women in the department of being a woman. It excels them in corporate America. It excels them in their credit. It excels them into being competitive in the economic world with other men. It doesn't necessarily lift up their potential to be a wife. So when women bring up education and they're the most educated, that's great. But your education isn't equating you to elevating as a woman in the purpose of being a woman. It's elevating you in the eyes of society. That's not helping you be a better wife. That's not helping you being a better mate. So a lot of things that women brag about accomplishing is actually masculine accomplishments that doesn't assist them in becoming a better woman to a male, in my opinion. So when they bring up that education, it's really null and void, because how close is that education bringing you to being a wife and a mother and a contributing woman to a family? It's not very close.
Okay, so you brought up a couple of things that need to be evaluated further, right? First thing you brought up was ladylike, right? You said that certain things you don't consider it to be ladylike. So when you mention ladylike, are you talking about the traditional women, or are you talking about the modern woman?
I'll answer this. I'm talking about the biology. See, this is the problem. We talk so much about how people feel that we get far removed from what you were designed to do. Because you feel a way doesn't mean you were designed to be that way. So just because a woman feels like she should act like a man, that doesn't mean her, just because she has the ability to actually have sex with multiple men. She has the ability to wear pants. She has the ability to fix cars. She has the
I understand that, Ella.
So what I'm saying is,
we was talking about promiscuity. We were talking about promiscuity, right?
Yes, because
so what I'm saying is biologically.
She's not biologically designed to facilitate promiscuity. A man is. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. But a woman is not designed to be promiscuous based on how she was biologically made. She was not.
And how can you substantiate that with biology?
When a woman has sex with multiple men, she literally takes in their DNA. The reason why women stayed virgins back in the day, because it's like contaminating the women have, when you dealing with a woman's vagina and all, it's liquid. It's like waters. You can't contaminate waters with mad different people. You got to keep that kind of pristine. So,
but isn't DNA swapped between men and women?
Absolutely. But men are the ones who are injecting their DNA into a woman. He's not receiving her DNA. She's receiving his. That's why the seed is in the man.
So if that was the case, okay, right? If that were true, then men wouldn't be able to catch diseases from women, right? They're able to catch those diseases from women because they are receiving some of their DNA, some of their bodily fluids, right? So that's inaccurate. And so biology is inconsistent to the standard that you're trying to hold women to, right? But I believe, and you don't want to admit this, but I believe you're talking about what's ladylike in terms of the traditional woman, right? You're saying that there's certain things, the way a woman dresses, the way a woman speaks, the way a woman moves with men, right? And you're looking at it and saying, well, is this ladylike or is this not ladylike, right? But then if we accept that standard for women, why can't men accept that same standard, right? When it comes to moving, operating, and thinking like the traditional man, right? A man that has provision on his forefront, protection on his forefront. A man who doesn't complain. The traditional men didn't complain. Complaining is not a masculine trait, right? Masculine men solved problems. They didn't complain about those problems, right? So we got these men, right, who have foregone tradition, who have foregone being a masculine man, right? And they have lowered the standards of manhood in that respect, but they still want to uphold the woman to a traditional standard of femininity. And to me, that's very disingenuous for men to do, right? Because if you're gonna lower your standards of masculinity, then now you can't come around and beat a woman over the head because she's not upholding the standards that you deem to be feminine.
See, PJ, this is my problem with the
I'm gonna let you go, Beans. I'm gonna let you go, Beans. I'm gonna let you go right after this. I think men, if you look around the world, buildings are still being built, trains are still being ran, functions in society are still being built by men. Men are moving away from building for a woman individually. They're still building the world. They're still playing their part in society. Because the thing about men is, even if a man isn't with a woman and raising a family, most men have jobs that still are taking care of families, whether they have a direct one or not, based on who we are as men. For example, I might not have a girlfriend, I might not have a wife, but I might have a career where I'm powering many homes. I'm working on generators that power a whole neighborhood. So men by function are always in a field or in a train of thought that's doing for the many just by who they are as men. Women is not the same thing. So I feel like when we try to make that comparison, we're not saying women have to be perfect. We're just talking about just a basic feminine grace and decorum. We in America, we all got fucking problems. I think it'll be crazy for us to think we gotta have the same exact women from the 1930s. No, we're not taking that extreme. We're talking about just a basic mannerism and decorum. We're not saying you gotta cook and clean it. I'm not talking about barefoot and pregnant. I'm talking about a baseline of decency and decorum. A lot of women have moved away from just that. Even if you are permissive, even if you are or whatever, you behave in just a manner that's just pleasant. A lot of women have lost the ability to just be pleasant women. We ain't got to get into the details, just the basics. A lot of women have lost that.
Right. So what about the traits of masculinity? Because
let's address that. Let me address that because you
go ahead and address it, Bean.
Right? So let me address that, right? So here's the problem with that. The problem is this, respectfully, you're a liar, right? You like to exaggerate things, right? Because you're saying that the men have somehow changed in some drastic way, but they haven't. If you ask the women on any given Sunday, they'll tell you the men were violent, drunk, abusive, color purple men. That's what they're going to tell you. So how have the men changed, if that's the case? Because they're telling you that's what the men are now. Every marriage was ended because the man was violent, right? It was all volatile, according to you. That's what you said.
That's not what I said. So now
you're right. That's not what you said. My bad. I'm wrong. I didn't hear what you said. You're absolutely right. That is not what you said.
It's not.
Okay, cool. But the fact of the matter is that the men today could do exactly what they did back in the day. The women just don't want that.
But they're not. But the truth is they're not doing it.
Right. So, but remember how when you was talking, I didn't get to interrupt you?
I thought you would stop. You paused.
No, absolutely. I respect that. What I'm saying is this. The women don't want that. That what the men used to be, they don't want that. They've told you that in a million different ways. They don't want that. It's not enough. Right? Hey, me and 4 of my brothers, we sleeping one to the foot, one to the headboard. It's 9 of us in a 2-bedroom house. Dad going working 14, 16 hours a day. Mama cleaning out the clothes in the kitchen sink. Right? They don't want that. Nobody wants the struggle love. And that's what it used to be, a damn struggle. 1960. Yeah, you're right, Sharon. What was the average income for a black man in 1960, Sharon? It's okay to say you don't know.
Like
Probably
13,
12 gen.
like, right, like $8,000, something like that.
Right, exactly. So this is my point, right? Now the average income, 40K more. Right?
Yeah, but you can't use that as a comparison because also a loaf
The
of bread
price
was
of goods
10
were
cents.
much lower.
Right. A loaf of
That's the point. Look, you're not
only
changing the point.
13,000.
You're not changing the point. Right?
What's the point?
Okay, so let's say it was 8,000. If it's 48 now, how many more times is that?
Everything
Probably
went up
about
10 times, but
probably about 6 times more, right?
Equal.
Exactly, right?
Get to your point, because that's not yeah.
Exactly. Thank you for acknowledging that you derailed. So the point is that the men still could provide. It just won't. It would be just how it was then. It'd be a struggle to do it by themselves. The same way how it was then, it'll still be a struggle. And the women are saying, I don't want to struggle. Cool, don't struggle, right? We don't have to struggle because now, unlike those women back then, you have an excess of birth control. So we should be able to get together and build without having a slew of kids 2 weeks after I meet you. Because that's one of the biggest problems with black people in general is that we meet on Monday, pregnant on Wednesday, kids on Friday, and then we don't get married until 5, 6, 7 years later. We got to stop doing that. But that the point is that when he's talking about men complaining, men have always complained. What the fuck do you think the civil rights movement was?
Men
you
did
said
not
earlier,
always complain to women.
Okay, you saying that they didn't complain. You saying they didn't complain to women. They didn't. They just went upside their head.
They didn't
That's
complain.
True though,
but
that's true.
You see how he want to address it? They can't address nothing that I say. They just have to keep jumping around it. They're not going to address nothing I say.
Grandpa, a lot of them dudes from back in the day had a lot of gripes, but they didn't go against the grain because that was the tradition.
Because they had Susan B. Anthony around the corner. That's why they would have.
So you saying men have always? So you saying men have always had sex with more than one woman? Okay, thank you. Checkmate.
No, what I'm saying is this. I don't know what. Right? There's a lot.
Wait, hold on, Brownsville. All you have to see what you do is you try to pretend like you're really trying to have a conversation, but if you were, you would address what I say. Yes or no? You just acknowledge that the men were always sleeping with multiple women. By your own account, you just acknowledge that.
By the men that you are talking about. So like you're having multiple conversations. We trying to get in where we fit in, but you keep going to a point, and we don't know.
Address what I'm saying. Yes or no? We're not playing this dumb game, Sharon. Minority, majority. Majority. What a majority of men did the majority of men have more than one woman? Yes or no?
Here's the problem. You said a multiple of different things.
Right. Did the majority of men have multiple women? Yes or no?
One thing. So when I started addressing one thing that you said I don't want to address what you're saying, but you addressed multiple things.
You didn't. I'm asking you a question. Did the majority of men have multiple women? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
The host just asked you now, so it ain't just me.
So I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you keep trying to pinpoint it to something instead of
so that you can stop pretending like it's me. You're not gonna make it seem like it's me.
You can elaborate, Sharon, but first answer this question, then go into what you want to say.
Yeah, but he asked me a question, but I was not answering that question in the first place. But if you want me to just change the conversation into what he's going to talk about, instead of me trying to address something, instead of me addressing his whole totality of the bullshit that he's saying, we could put it in a microscope and go to that one dumbass question that he's saying, and he asked me to answer in a yes or no, which pigeonholing a mentality, which we are trying to have a conversation, not a fucking checkmate. But if you want to have a fucking checkmate to make yourself look smart,
all of those words when we just asked for a yes or a no.
Okay, fine.
Did the majority of men have multiple women? Yes or no?
No.
I have no idea.
Okay, cool. So now, so you see that. So now, since you're saying no, Brownsville, the majority of men did not have multiple women back in the day, right? We could absolutely prove that this isn't true.
Are you
right?
talking about married men or single men?
I'm talking about men in general.
Well, okay,
but yes,
so
let's go with married men. Yes,
married men.
Let's go with married men if you want to. What difference does it make?
I say no.
Okay, so the majority of married men didn't have multiple women. So is it your belief that the majority of married men today have multiple women?
No.
Okay, checkmate.
Look, hold on.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on.
This shit crazy.
Hold on.
This shit is crazy.
Hold on, I don't want to play that game. We grown men. I ain't trying to do that. Listen.
Yeah, that shit is dumb.
If you in the chat, why don't you pull up? Because I want to get into the actual stream of what Sharon said, because I feel like we can dissect a lot more once we hear how the conversation went down. Because I love it when I hear the same old goofy ass talking points about black men want to be low wage and have multiple women. Goofy ass same shit. Listen, this goes out to everybody, especially these women that got so much to say. Listen, if you can't show your face, I don't want to hear a lot of shit you got to say, because a lot of your talking points will make a lot more sense if we can see what you look like. I ain't trying to be superficial and I ain't trying to be vain. But one thing I noticed, women who are not attractive, who are overweight and highly educated, has the most smoke to say about black men. So if you ain't about to show your face and show how you living and how you moving out here in this world, please don't talk crazy in the chat, because we need to see who talking.
That's crazy.
I'm tired of all these ghosts talking, because how you look and how you present yourself to the world is going to tell me everything about
it. No, it does not.
So Ella.
Ella, wait. Let me just say something real quick. Hey, let me say something to Beans real quick. Let me just say something to Beans real quick. Hey, I agree with you, Beans, what you was just saying. That's why I had to hop up here real quick. I'm gonna hop right back on. But what you're saying is the status quo is average women don't want average men no more. And that's basically, you know what I'm saying? That's the truth, whether niggas want to accept that shit or not. But Beans, what I would say, the caveat to that is, I don't think they ever did, bro. I don't think they ever did. I think women don't fuck with niggas like that, like with men, like as much as we fuck with them. I think back in the day, they were forced to. And they had to settle for average men because they didn't have the rights to do what they're doing now. Now that they have the rights to do what they can do now, that's the reason why they are moving the way they are moving. They never really fucked with average men like that in the first place. But the freedom and power that they are giving is showing their real ass. And the average men like sitting there like, damn, fuck happened? Why we ain't getting the level we used to get no more? Our grandmas wasn't like that and no like that, but it's just, chickens coming home the roost.
And to piggyback on that, that's a great fucking point. To piggyback on that, everybody knew Kevin Samuels. There was an episode of Kevin Samuels, right? And there was a young girl that called in. She was young. And she was like how he said black women used to support us. She said, well, back then we didn't have a choice. She said, now that we have a choice, we don't want to just do what you guys want to do. So a lot of women did things because they had no choice. Like a lot of women say, oh, other men in overseas, they treat us different. Them dudes overseas will knock your fucking head off. A lot of them will kill a woman for cheating on a man. It's way more extreme than American men over here. So a lot of women who did things back in the day was out of fear, and a lot of men who did things out of necessity. It's not like women wanted to acquiesce to the hardworking farmer man. She ain't had no choice. All you had back in the day, all you had was in your neighborhood. You have the internet now. So every woman
this is crazy.
It's not crazy. Every woman any woman that's attractive has a larger range of options than she ever did. Men too. But back in the day, you had to back 20 years ago, the average woman had to be a lot more humble because her options was ultimately as good as where she's at. If she's elevated herself to a high status in life, she's around high status men. If she's
So
hold on. If she's on an average level in life back then, she's going to be exposed to average men. Now, if she looks attractive, even if she's average, due to social media, she can put herself in front of men that are way outside of her league. And the fact that she can do that, it makes her overlook the everyday brother that's right next to her. So she will never go back to the box she was in. Now, there's some women that are exceptional. And shout out to those good women who don't let their looks, don't let their accomplishments, and don't let their family make them disrespectful women. But a lot of women, based on social media, have increased their inflated sense of self-value because they have access to men that they never would have had access to 30 years ago.
So I'm gonna let Sharon.
Am I lying?
Respond to
yes.
that.
No, that's a great point.
But Illa,
No, you are not lying.
Made the point,
You're not lying.
You made the point previously before So Solid brought that to
this is what I'm talking about.
To the
like
conversation.
Look at this goofy ass comment. Like, where's the validity in this? Just want to say people can access people wherever due to social media. I thought she said they couldn't. Okay, people can access. Now, why is that funny? That's true. You would never be able to DM Chris Brown or celeb. You could never DM Tupac. You couldn't just post your picture in Biggie's DM. Every day, listen, I used to talk to a girl. Bro, I know girls in my neighborhood who get DMs from athletes. They regular girls, but they lit on the ground. And they get DMs from actual athletes. If a woman who worked at Best Buy who look good can get a DM from a point guard from the Miami Heat, you think she give a fuck about a dude because he got manners and he pays the fucking bills? Come on, bro. That gotta be real, man.
So Illa. So let's see how genuine you are. Hold on,
Wait, you see Brownsville talking, man. Hold on.
I gotta respond to the point that he made, right?
And
I want to see how
genuine.
Illa, I want to see how genuine you're gonna be with this, right? Because you made the point. You said that women who are less attractive and who are overweight, those are the women that are complaining about men the most. So you're saying that's why you require to see these women so you can put them in that type of a box to know, okay, yeah, she's saying these things because she's overweight or less attractive now, right? So let's put that on the other side, right? So using that same logic, right? The woman tell us, and we could clearly see that the men who are doing the most complaining about women are also the less successful men, the men who have decided to forego a certain level of standard, right? The least motivated men to do better, right?
Millionaires,
the men who have failed outcomes within relationships, right? They either are divorced.
What are you talking about?
They're unmarried. No, listen. What I'm saying, Illa. If we're using that logic, right? Then it's fair to also classify all the men in these spaces who are complaining about women and saying the reason why you're complaining is because you yourself is substandard. So are we willing to
wait, hold on. Let me ask something.
Hold on. Complaining is one thing. Hatred and disdain is another. Do I hear a lot of men complaining? Yes, I do.
And I hear a lot of
hatred and disdain from the women. Y'all pick out the most obscure men to make these arguments. I see a lot more successful men saying the same thing. We have Cam who was just in an interview. He's a millionaire saying that he is afraid to marry women. Is he a failure? He's a millionaire. He can have any woman he wants, and he's still apprehensive. He'd rather raise other people's children than be.
But he's probably low functional though.
How? He's probably low functional when he's the successful.
Because of his mentality, right? It doesn't matter if you high value. You can still be high value, but also low functional. You don't have emotional intelligence, right? You don't have masculinity.
You have to be emotional intelligent to take care.
You don't know how to communicate with women properly. You don't know what women want. You don't know how to get them to trust you, right? All of those things
they do trust them. They gave them their
to do and be. Right, the same what you said.
They gave them their womb. They do trust them. They gave them their actual bodies to have children with them. That's the ultimate trust. He doesn't trust them. They trust him.
You can't, Ella, but you can't make that point because to Brownsville's point is they should be able to move like men. So they're gonna have sex with whoever they want to, and it don't have anything to do with trust, right? So and it's all good. Listen, just for the record, I'm one of those guys. I support whores. I love whores. I want them to do their thing. I think the world has a space for whores. I think society suffers if the majority of our women are whores. I think that's problematic. But I'm just saying, yes, there are some women who are like I disagree with Illa when he talks about the biological part. I've seen a woman take 3 niggas at the same time. 4, right? So like I know they are built to do it. Ain't no way around it. We can't make the argument that they not built to do it because they are built to do it. But society suffers if that's the mentality of the majority of our women. If the majority of us are leaning into our sub-level self, right? Your lower chakras, as the woke niggas would say, right? If they are leaning into that, then that's problematic for society. But at the end of the day, the thing that really gets under my skin about particularly Brownsville and Sharon is that the same thing that they accuse the men of doing to women, they do to men. They use the extremes about men, right? To try to say that this is what men are doing. They use the extremes about men to try to say this is what men ain't doing. They use the minority of women to say this is how the majority of women are moving in a good way, and then they use the majority of women to say this is how the minority of women are moving in a bad way. They play the same game that the quote unquote Rim brothers and all these other people say that they say are playing. My thing is, what I don't understand is why can't we just be honest? What's wrong with the truth? It's okay if the women have the standard that they want every man to be a millionaire. I think that's cool. They ain't gonna get it. It is what it is. Fellas, focus on yourself, do your thing, get your bag, sleep with the women that you qualify for, and stop complaining about it. If all you qualify for is 240 pounds with 3 kids, nigga, be happy you could get laid and be quiet. Other than that, if we just having a generalized conversation about the behavior of women, what good does it do to jump in and talk about men? If we having a conversation about the behavior of men, what good does it do to jump in and talk about women? So we know who the real disingenuous people are. Let's just be honest about it. Your mic messed up.
That is.
Please don't take the time out to just cheerlead. Go ahead, So Solid.
I just want to. Can you hear me? Am I good?
Yeah, you good now. Go ahead.
Okay. Beans, would you agree that if average women got back with average men and we started doing that as a community, that our community would get better in a lot of ways?
So to answer your question, the way I believe you're asking it, the answer would be yes, right? Wow. But the truthful answer is no, because I have to be honest about where we're at as human beings and as peoples in this society, in this country. We're not there. We're not in a place where we understand how to socialize and live with each other. To Brownsville's point, men don't know how to deal with women. We don't know how to deal with the retardedness that comes from women, that emotional cat of bag brains bullshit that they bring to relationships. Wow. They act like children 90% of the time, and we don't know how to deal with that. I don't think we ever did. No, right? But all things being equal, right? Let's just say that we all took the time to heal on a macro level, and then we started getting average people coming together. Because here's what's true about your question. If you look at the other races, they're all married at a rate of over 50%. White people, I think, are at 54%. This is the lowest they've ever been. And all the other races are at least 60%. When you see that 60%, or even when you see that 54%, what you know is true is that average people are getting with average people doing average things. And it's all good.
So I just wanted to ask a couple more follow-up questions. I'm gone, y'all. So basically, if you say basically yes, but I understood the longer answer.
The caveat,
would you say that? Yeah, I understood that. But would you say that men are more willing, even though what you just said, like we don't understand women and all of that, and it's hard to deal with them and all that. But would you say that men are more willing than women, or men are more willing than women are to get with average people, like than the vice versa?
How do you define the average man?
Wait. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Yeah, he said he had a couple questions. Let me answer the question. So here's the thing. The answer to your question is yes. The problem is I don't think the majority of men are willing to forego sleeping with multiple. And that's going to be problematic in this particular society. So yes, to answer your question, yes.
Okay,
it's
I
not going to
understand
matter.
that. Wait. I just got one more question. This is the final question of all that. But so if we saying that men are more willing to get with average women and women are not, but women are most of the time saying that they're more worried about the black community than men are, can't you kind of say that men are more worried about the black community than women are? Because if that's the answer to it, you know what I'm saying, to fix it up, and they're more worried about aesthetic and sex and looks than they are about actually fixing the community, they accuse us of that we're more worried about aesthetic and sex. But we're more willing to go down on the rung and get with average women to fix the community, but they are not. I would say, wouldn't you agree that black men are actually more care more about the black community than black women?
So this is where I think this is where we disagree at. I don't think that the black men care about the community more than the women do. If you force me to pick a side, I'll probably say the women, just because I don't think that the men do. I think men just care more about their own personal lives. I don't think it's necessarily about the community. We're in a place in society right now. We don't have any more Medgar Evers and Fred Hamptons and Malcolm X's and people who were willing to martyr themselves for the sake of the people. There is no more loving your neighbor and building a community and all of that. Nobody really cares about that in general. But if you made me pick, I would say the women, and the only reason why I would say the women is because they're more responsible for the community right now than the men are.
I disagree with that. I'm going to go with
and so solid. Before you leave,
disagree too.
What are the standards and traits that describe the average man and the average woman in 2024, in your opinion?
Okay, and I'm not talking about looks. I'm just talking about simply in society functioning. And what I'm talking about for men, I'm talking about the average man is somebody who goes to work, whether he makes the average amount of money, he takes care of his kids, you know what I'm saying? He pays his bills, he doesn't beat on his woman, he doesn't cheat on his woman. That's all. He's basically what they would call a lame.
And
that's the average man.
Describe the average woman.
The average woman today?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Describe the average woman.
In my mind or today?
Wow.
Right now. Your mom,
in the same manner you just described the average man, we're just asking you to now describe the average woman.
Okay. The average woman is a woman who bears children. She supports her family just like the man does. She goes to work. You know what I'm saying? She's not cheating. You know what I'm saying? She might have a job, she might not, but she has a duty to her family just like the man. That's the average woman.
and so you're saying
the numbers support that too.
Well, let me say this, because I'm about to get into the super chat, and then we're going to get into a little bit of the stream. I know y'all guys is probably trying to be at.
I would love to have a conversation. I would love to talk.
So we're definitely about to get into the stream a little bit. But I want to say this. I think the black man has already put it down as far as the community. I think when I look at black men and black women, I look at them as one person in totality. If you look at the black men since they've been in this country and white and black women since they've been in this country, as a total body of work, black men have done everything already. If anything, what made black men stop becoming the martyrs when they started to realize that didn't matter to his woman. Because I've seen when black men seen that you would rather deal with Pookie and deal with the dealer, because even when I was on your show, and we're going to get into that clip, when I was on your show with PH Diva, when she said black women dealt with the drug dealer because they felt like they had no choice. She said the educated woman dealt with the drug dealer because she felt like she had no choice. Why would you come out of college with an education just to go to a man who sells drugs and you feel like you have no choice? No, that's the man who was taking the money that you required, but you put money over character and values. I think when black men seen that happen in droves in the 80s, late 70s, early 90s, when they seen black women pick luxury, finance over character, stability, and consistency, that's when black men change. But up until that point, every movement that came from the black community that was positive from grassroots on up was done by black men. And to further prove the current mindset of the black woman, I'll give you an example. Ice Cube was on a show with Cocktails with the Queens. It was 4 black women. He said, I was talking to the Republican Party about a plan for Black America, and the black women heard his plan, and they said, but what's in it for black women? So black women cannot be the placeholders of the community, because based on their own words, they're not even a part of it. Because if I'm bringing you a solution for the community, and you're asking me what's in it for me, then that means you do not find yourself a part of the community. You think you're above it, or you're not a part of it at all. So based on their own words, I can't say that they're responsible for the community. I think everybody has turned their back on the community, but I think the men have done it for a different reason than the women have. But let me get into these super chat, and then we're gonna get into the show first.
No, you gonna let me talk? Goddamn it!
No, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you go. Let me just knock these super chats out. But we'll go ahead and down these super chats. Go ahead.
You can't use Vivica Fox and them either. Don't ever do that again.
You said what?
Don't ever use Vivica Fox and them again to make a point like that.
I didn't say her name. I said Cocktails with the Queens. I
know, but I'm just saying those women are not a representation of what I think is that.
But this is the thing. This is the problem. Women who don't agree with her, they defend those type of talking points. They defend it. So if you're defending it, I'm gonna put you 25 too. But she's still.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's an example of a modern woman's talking point. They don't find. They think that they're a subculture of black people. They don't look at it as. I think black men look at it as we're a reflection of black boys, black girls, black men, black women. Black women look at it like it's us, and then it's the black community. That's the difference. They look at themselves as one entity. They always want to know what's in it for black women, as if what's better, what's good for us is not going to be good for you. As if what's good for a black boy is not going to be good for a black girl. They have alienated themselves. They have put themselves in a separate category to get special treatment. So they got to deal with that. But go ahead, Sharon.
Wait, but when you say wait, real quick, Sharon, I'm sorry. When you say community, do you think brick and mortar, or do you think just the people in general? Because when I hear community, I'm literally thinking about the areas, the urban areas where it's black. I'm thinking
about a mindset.
Okay.
Like a cohesive mindset. When you feel like when your sister's hurting, I'm hurting. When your brother's hurting, I'm hurting. What's good for him is good for me. If I'm progressing, what's in it for my brother? If I'm telling you, hey, I need something. It's like if I come into the space and say, hey, I'm trying to do something for black YouTube, and then somebody say, well, what you gonna do for my channel? It's like, yo, I said black YouTube. So that means we're all going to benefit.
I get it.
And if you just want to focus on what you're going to get out of it, in my mind, you're saying I'm above the community, or I'm not a part of it at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead,
all right. So let's first knock out the first point. The problem is that people focus on what they want to focus on. So that same panel that you talking about with the women that attacked Ice Cube, it was also 2 other women that was on Ice Cube's side, especially one that was very verbal about her agreement was Lisa Ray. And she said, no, ladies, give him a chance. I'm talking about, because I think what he's saying is that it's going to be for the whole community. The problem is that y'all want to focus on the negative women. Those 2 women had issues with men recently. They both had failed relationships recently. But when you talk to somebody that had a level head like Lisa Ray, she was saying, no, we need to listen to what Ice Cube is attempting to have a conversation with us about. So, right, it was a lot of women that was on that side of the totem pole as well, that was on the Lisa Ray side, and say, hey, let's listen to this black man. He has the plan, because most women want a man with a plan. And this is why most
because she hired her ass. That's why. That was politics, but go ahead.
Lisa Ray fine in a motherfucker though.
She used to be.
Amen.
Still is.
Now go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead.
And for the college thing, so it's more women, single women in college than it is single black men in college. So therefore, when they get out of college, it's not like we have a tradition of a ring before spring like other races do. It's other races that have that tradition that they go find a husband in college. Most black women, is very difficult for them to go find their man in college, because our young black and brightest are not there. So therefore, when they get out of it.
But in this new society, are we still counting the people who are in college? What is that setting the bar or for? What is that holding a graph of. Like, most of these young people don't want to work, let alone go to college. If anything, they want to blossom $1 million in their lap, or they want to start a business at the very least. But I don't think we can keep measuring who's going to college as, you know, the bar for who's succeeding or who's doing more for the community. Yeah, maybe on paper, but what's doing more for the community is just being open and listening to both sides of the conversation. One thing about it is most guys hear that yap because we're hearing women's opinion. We're over there clicking and reading through the comments, and we like, damn, the hell with them, you know, talking like this. But at most points, that's what we're stuck in doing, is reading through the comments or looking at their videos. We don't have that many platforms speaking to the men's point. So some men may feel hyper emotional or triggered when we are trying as a community at least to band our brothers together and say, hey, look, let's stand our ground and say, hey, this is what's going on from our side. And then you got Sharon, you know, who is saying, hey, no, hell no. You know what I'm saying? I ain't locking arms with y'all because I'm gonna go rock with them. But we feel as though they got plenty of ammunition already. They got plenty of bodies already. Their army don't need another soldier. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
My thing is this about the education of Sharon. I will never say it's a bad thing to be educated. But what I'm saying is, in this country, education is good because it can land you in a place that's economically feasible for yourself. So that's just something that you need to be an American citizen. You need to have some economic standing. My thing is this: when it comes to the relationship conversation, education has never equated into getting women a better positioning for being a wife. So when women bring up education in the relationship conversation, it's irrelevant because your education hasn't brought you closer to a family. It brought you closer to a house. It brought you closer to an LLC. It brought you close to a raise, a career, maybe even a decorated one. But education does not equate to a marriage and family for Black women. And when it starts to do that, then that argument will make more sense. But if
that's crazy, Ella.
Getting them to a husband, what are they really getting educated on? They're not getting educated.
My wife,
better women. They're getting
wrong.
Being better men. They're coming out of college with masculine ambition, not feminine qualities.
All right, so like y'all cut me off when I was talking.
Go ahead,
it's all good.
I'm gonna let you go. Brownsville, throw it in there, and then I pause, and then I'm gonna do the super chats, and then we're gonna get into the clip.
So again, with the education, so this goes back to why the Black women, they have no choice, right, but to date people like PJ and Illa, right? For example, just so we could just have some have a conversation, right? So the educated women, a lot of men that keep telling the educated women that your education don't matter. You still need to get with a man that got swag and he got prestige and he got intelligence that we can't measure. We just got to have a conversation with him, and we just got to measure, hey, he's the most illest person in the world because he got swag and he has he himself has an LC because he didn't go to school. He didn't follow no steps to improve his life. So therefore, we don't know if he is better for the community or not. We got to take a chance. This is why it's always the men been telling women for years that their education don't matter. And this is why Black men don't need to get a goddamn education. And this is why we haven't established a situation where Black human beings, young human beings are finding each other within college because men are checking out. And so now we do know this, that is a fact, is that educated people and that has great careers, they stay together at an 80% clip. This is something that nobody can argue. So
that's an excellent point. But I'm not knocking education. I'm not saying a woman, I'm not saying don't go to school or nothing. I'm saying everybody. I didn't go to college. But if I can go back, I would. I would have went to school for psychology. I would have been a guidance counselor. I think education is a beautiful thing. I'm not knocking education. I'm not saying women don't need education, and I'm definitely not saying men don't need it. What I'm saying is Every time we bring up this conversation about relationships, people are bringing up how women are outworking men in college. But that is not equating to them being a better woman. Because you can do both.
Now,
you can be educated and a feminine woman.
So the problem is that
with our women, it's either one or the other. They can't multitask.
So the problem is that, again, so the educated women that are having success is because they are with an educated man. So the problem is that for all these years, men be saying that women need to step their game up, and they have. And the problem is the men are not keeping up with the women that y'all told. Go ahead, here's the baton. Go ahead and run. As women had to raise their standard that y'all put in front of them, y'all are now all of a sudden y'all are not the dateable ones anymore.
Wait a minute. That's what I mean, bro. Like, why do you think it's okay to just make up shit? Right? Watch how simple this is. Illa, watch the deflection. Watch the deflection. Watch this. So, Sharon, what was the standard that we told the women to step up to? What was the standard that we told the women to step up to? This is the part where he tried to come up with something. He's thinking.
My thing is this. I mean, let me get into super chats real quick, but let me just throw this out there. We always talk about the old way. We always talk about the old way, how grandpa and grandma was. Grandma and grandpa stayed together for a long time. But guess what? Neither one of them, in most cases, never was. Educated.
But Illa,
they wasn't educated. But they stayed together for 30 and 40 years. Not to say they shouldn't be educated. I would never say that. But what I'm saying is education.
Okay, so again, so
all I'm saying is education.
I'll let y'all have it.
You came up with something?
I'm gonna just have to cook you in the morning because y'all ain't letting me talk for some reason. I don't have no idea what I did.
You stop talking about what I did.
It's hard.
You ain't no victim.
Period.
Hold on. It's not a beat up Sharon. So I definitely it's just that when you're talking, I think you're misconstruing my points. So I just want to make sure you're focusing on what I'm actually saying. I'm not knocking education. What I'm saying is formal education was never the reason why black men and black women wasn't in loving relationships. That was never the reason why we couldn't be together. It might be the reason why we couldn't prosper. It might have been reasons why we wasn't able to acquire stuff, but it never was the reason why we couldn't be together. It's the reason why we are now is because education, for some reason, when it comes to our women, it doesn't bring the woman out of them. It brings the competitor out of them.
Exactly. Yeah, like they don't.
And they can be loud. Our women can't do both for some reason. They either are feminine or educated and masculine.
But Sharon, do you know the consensus of how many white relationships are successful once they've been educated, or whatever terminology we're using?
Say that one more time.
What's the consensus for white relationships when they're educated, successfully having marriages versus not being educated?
So this is where the whole ring before spring comes from. The whole ring before spring comes from the Caucasian I don't know what you want to call them. It comes from those white folks. So the whole idea is that women, the Caucasian women, they go to school to find their husband. Mm-hmm. Black women go to school to get an education so they can take care of family. Mm-hmm. And black men, we don't know, they are not following the footsteps of the reason why we fought for civil rights, to get an education, go out there and vote, and keep on competing with society. Black men are falling behind on these numbers. We are right under goddamn Spanish men. We only $100 more than them. We only making $300 a month more than our women, which is
$100. Because you just did a show the other day about how a black man was just. You just did a show the other day about is justice really justice? So we live in an atmosphere where
y'all be like these niggas get away with murder.
Courtroom, it's injustice in corporate America. It's injustice in a lot of places when it comes to black men. But this one thing we can't forget. Black men died for everybody in this motherfucking country. If a nigga don't pick up another goddamn nail, black men have done enough in this country since this shit started. They built this motherfucker. They did it all. I'm not gonna let a few years of drug dealing and gang banging make me forget the legacy that black men.
So that's the problem. We don't want to hold nobody accountable. We keep saying that black men get excuses to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And no, this shit gotta stop. We need to start telling young black men, like, no, you cannot just do whatever because of what your ancestors did 10,000 years ago. We don't give a fuck anymore. No, you gotta step up your game. You gotta step up your game. You got
this. What? No, I'm gonna say this. This is what he talking about right here. This is what here. What he talking about, that he can't finish a sentence, and I know what that shit feel like. It pisses me off when it happens to me. I don't agree with the bullshit that's coming out of his mouth, but if we ain't gonna really challenge him, let him fucking finish. This ain't my channel, but damn, man. Let the man finish the fucking sentence.
But people don't be trying to cut off. It's not that people be trying to cut off, y'all. It's just, man, bro, this is crazy. It's not that people be trying to cut off. It's just that people, when we think it's able to speak, 4 other people jump in there, and then you can't never get a word in. So then people just fighting to speak.
Let's let them finish.
Go ahead, Sharon.
So let me get back to the education part, right? So our black women, they don't get the same option as white women in the educational system is the issue. So white women, they are taught that they're supposed to get a ring before spring. They're supposed to find their husband within these high esteem educational places. So for black men, we are not in the Ivy League schools. We are not in these schools for our women to find us at the same level so we could be at the same cool, because when the education and the money is there, those human beings stay with each other at an 80% clip. Those people do not leave each other. And so we got to start promoting our black men to move forward, to take sex and degeneracy and all that other bullshit out of the equation. They need to recalibrate who they are and what we consider cool. This whole idea that all our black men got to be the rebels of the fucking society, that we are the warriors, the fighters, the drug dealers, and all this innovation shit, we have to stop it and say, hey, listen, you are not going to be a fucking basketball player.
That's right.
That was a long pause that time, Sharon.
You see, I shut up because I thought he was done.
Yeah, that was a long pause that time.
Are you done, sir?
Y'all want to jump in clearly?
No. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. So I don't got no pushback for what you said, bro. I'm with you on all of that shit. I would just challenge you to go a little bit deeper and think about this, though, bro. The men that you said that black men aren't being, right? There are black men that are doing what you're saying. They're going to the schools. They're not participating in the debauchery. They're doing all the things that you say. Those men, those educated, intelligent black men and accomplished black men that you speak of, they require structure, my nigga. You feel me? They require structure, and they require way more structure than the average educated and intelligent woman. So when those average and intelligent women get with that intelligent and educated man, and he starts saying, no, look, this is how we gonna move. We gonna provide structure here and this. They don't want that man anymore. That's what most brothers are trying to say. It's like, yo, when we become the men that you want, and then we provide the structure, you don't like that structure because it doesn't go with your independent mindset that you've honed and developed over these independent years.
That's a fair point.
It's a horrible point. So, what structure?
Oh my God.
Let's let him respond. That's okay. Nigga, learn how to debate. Let's go.
Right. So, what structure do this black man that you talk of have?
Okay, so one for once, black men that get intelligent and get all in the structure mindset, they don't want to spend as much money. They don't want to spend as much. They want to build.
Let me jump in right there, so solid, because you misunderstand it. See, you are just making this shit up as you go. So that's not structure.
No, sir.
No,
sir.
Now, you can't answer the question and tell him how you're answering it now.
Yeah, because he's not answering any kind of structure. He's just gonna.
I'm speaking from experience. I'm not even giving an opinion. I'm speaking from experience.
So no, you're not. So when somebody says
wow.
a man that black men have structure, he cannot now go into a personal situation and say this is structure. Structure gotta have a foundation and gotta have something outside of the black man that he could go to and say, hey babe, look, this is what I'm following, and this is gonna move our family forward. This is my structure right here, not what's in my mind today, and then what's in my mind tomorrow, and what's in my mind next month. That is. So what he's doing is just talking about ideologies. He's not talking about structure.
That is
and this
a part
is the
of
problem
structure.
that black men have. Black men don't even understand the definition of words or what structure means. So if
Oh, see, now we get your real feelings. Now we get into your real feelings. Because you see what he just said. He said black men don't even have real structure. So if I'm sitting here telling you that I am a black man with structure, and I've seen black men with structure try to provide it to independent black women, you won't believe it because you don't even believe we have it, nigga.
Oh, it's not about if he believe it's solid. It's y'all have to understand that I don't care if you're trying to speak nicely or speak positively. Using your anecdotal is not evidence of the macro. So it doesn't help you your argument to use it. That's what he's saying. You could make a better argument about structure that black men have without using yourself. You have to speak to the majority. But what he's trying to hold you to right now, respectfully, he doesn't hold himself to that. But I can't be mad at him for trying to hold you to it, because I absolutely would. Give me some evidence that supports 51% of black men being structural, right?
I didn't. But that wasn't my argument.
Anecdotal.
Y'all trying to make it seem like I said the majority of black men
Jesus
are
Christ.
providing structure. That's not what I said.
But then,
No. See, y'all won't let me talk, bro. So y'all ain't even trying to understand. Y'all won't even try.
Hold on. We got to calm down. The conversation is getting a lot real heated. We got to keep it cool. I don't want people to feel like they're not being heard. They're not being spoken of. I think we've made some good points. I want to get into these super chats, and I want to let the clip create more dialogue, because we're not going to agree. We know where Sharon stands. We know where Bean stands. We know where I stand. We know where BJ stands. We know where Brownsville stands. We can agree to disagree. Now that we know where we stand, let's take our stances and apply them to the conversation at hand. And let's get into the actual footage, not too long from the actual stream that Sharon did last week, because I don't want us to get messy. You know, I respect everybody on the panel, but we gotta let each other speak. And if it's getting too testy, we gotta move forward. I don't want it to get turned into a shit show. We don't want to do that. We all smart, we all intelligent, we all got our own points, we all strong in our spot. Let's keep it classy, keep it fly. We can get passionate, but let's not get nasty. Let's not over talk each other. Let's not prove the women right. Let's prove to them that we have the quorum that we demand of them. We're going to display it tonight, with myself included. So I want to get into these super chats. I'm going to bring everybody back up on the panel after I get into the super chat, and we're going to continue the show. Peace and love to all of y'all. Let's get into these super chats. Appreciate everybody that pulled up for the super chat and contributed to the show. Thank you. So the first one is she said, support for the channel. Also to the content creators, I appreciate all of you, even if I don't agree. Your perspective is needed for someone. Thank you. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Hello, my healer. Stepping back, Jack disengaged in the Waleosphere. Said, this is definitely Lucky Marie's fault. Shaking my damn head. I guess, shout out to Lucky. He had another one. He said, if a chick convinced you to pay bills for Bach, shaking my damn head. Absolutely, I agree with that. Ralph Spirit said, I support uplifting men, not punching down. 100 at ill. Appreciate that. I agree. Brother said, so Solid said, promiscuity is crazy. Yeah, somebody said that was crazy. I don't know who said that, but I remember hearing it. El Nick said, something to think about. He said, what's the point of having co-ed conversations if we can't address co-ed situations? Men and women can learn from each other, especially if transparent. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. I believe this is for Sharon's group. He said, 50%, Gary Grant said 57% of black men are in the middle class, while 25% of black women are in the middle class. So who is settling, the men or the women? Hey, I don't know. It's a great question. Robert M. said majority of black men are in the middle class due to combined income. Of course, we always something. Black women are becoming the new faces of head of households statistically. None of that brings you closer to being a feminine woman. Shout out to you. Alex also said, agree or disagree. Thank you, brothers, for keeping it peaceful and respectful. Great conversation. Always, man. That's what we try to do, despite the goofy shit in the chat. Gary Grant also said the majority of black women that go to college do not graduate. Black women are the most enrolled and have the most debt of all college students. Yikes, there's some truth to that. Sugar Bum, the legend. Is there a chance at all some men are actually intimidated by educated men? All the men can't be good and right. Nobody said they was good and right. Get some new talking points. It's 2024. You've been saying the same shit for years. And shout out to Living Humbly, who gifted Sharon Bracy a membership. So, fellas, I'm going to bring you all back. Let's get into the show. Let's be respectful. Let's get into it. And, yeah, fellas, let's go.
As soon as I criticize MJ, because MJ puts money in your pocket, as soon as I criticize Flora, because Flora is a part of this space, now you want to feign, oh my God, we support all women. What are we going to do? You don't. You have racist people come on the panel and then a great PhD diva every motherfucking week. You don't care about women. You don't care about black. You don't care about white. You care about green. So once again, you and your cousin can shove that shit up your motherfucking ass. Because if you want to protect men, if you actually are the black man that grew up with these other black brothers and all that shit, you should do a better job not platforming people like PhD Diva that has such a vitriol for black men that she will associate to any platform that let her talk shit about your motherfucking brother. So go ahead. I don't know why you're laughing. Everybody knows it's true. You hate men. Tell me one thing. Tell me two good things about black men. PhD, but tell me two good things about black men. Tell me two good things about black men. Go ahead.
I would never explain myself to a tether.
You see what I'm talking about? Because you can't
explain myself to a fucking tether.
Tell me. Sharon, can you? Okay, so Sharon, can you ask her? Can you ask her for two good things about black men?
All the way across the damn world, but I'm gonna explain myself to her. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Tell me two good things about black men. I can tell two good things about black women. They are beautiful women.
I don't give a fuck with somebody halfway across the world.
So now let's do the same.
See, and I don't want to pause too much on this, but I felt like that wasn't genuine of her. Because is it more about uplifting us or is it about shaming somebody else? Because I thought she should just ask the question. It's like she could have said, yo, I don't fuck with you, I don't respect you, but on the strength of my people, I'm gonna answer that question. I don't think she can answer it because she don't have an answer for that. I don't really think she feels a way about brothers. I think it was easy for her to talk about other cultures that talk about us rather than to actually say something that she likes about black men. I mean, if I had an episode when Beans was there, and I was like, I need everybody to say something nice about the opposite sex. Well, I made the panel do it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, why didn't she just answer the question? Why she was so focused on him not being from here instead of just proving that you're not just about your people in words, but also in action. You know what I'm saying? She couldn't do this shit.
Because she clearly said she don't have to do that to him for him.
But he's on the panel. He's been invited by you. You let him up there, so obviously he's worth the. If you let him up there, then you let him up there. My thing is, you don't want to talk, don't bring him up there.
Yeah, but I don't invite nobody. You know, I just it's an open panel and whoever, because you know me and Fatty, we got a long history. But what I'm saying is that so anybody could come up. So it's not like anybody got invited, right? So everybody come up there because we want to be a part of a conversation, whatever which part of the conversation is. It is up to whenever you hop in the conversation, right? So that's number one. Number two, the real problem I have is that like my content is designed to talk to men because that's who needs the help from me. I'm not here to try to create help a woman turn into a wife and then give her to a man that's going to mistreat her, and then she's going to be coming back to me like, why the fuck did you teach me all these things? And then I'm out here trying to date, and all I'm dealing is with bitch ass men that ain't willing to do the shit that you say that you are about. So first of all, I cannot go out and start with trying to correct women. I got to correct men first, because I am a man. So I could actually have empathy with a man, say, hey, I understand what you're going through because I went through that. I understand the changes that you got to go through, and the person that you got to kill every month so you can keep moving through life. And looking at yourself and looking back and say, damn, I missed that person, but I can't be that person no more if I want my family to move forward.
But what about the men who feel like they've taken that journey to be a better man for a woman who don't appreciate it? There's a million examples of that every day. It's not like every woman that's with a man is getting mistreated, so she's leaving because he's inadequate. Some women are just leaving because they're unselfish, because they're selfish and they have a need for something else. Look at, for example, you got Steph Curry. His wife was on record saying, I wish other men, like, she was bored with the success. She was bored with the tranquility. She was bored with the not being lusted over other men, despite being with the Christian, professional, very low-key black man who's very wealthy. She still wasn't fulfilled as a woman. So even though I agree with you and we should make better men, but why are we acting like there are better men who are still not meeting the standard for women, as if we all just became better men overnight, these women would change overnight? That's not the case.
So I think that is a great example. So what she was expressing is that she wasn't feeling good as a woman because she just had a couple of children, and she didn't know how to really express that she was going through a postpartum depression after having 2 children, being married to a successful man. And so that is something that she just happened to say out loud in the open. But every man and every woman, they want to, when they go outside, they still want to be revered and looked at upon as a nice looking human being in society. It doesn't matter if you married or not. You still want to be looked at like, oh, a woman still like, oh, I got to look today. It's still a mental thing. Not saying that she's earning for it, but she still want to be recognized as a individual still, because she is a individual. And there's nothing wrong with her having a feeling of being wanted by society. And she just didn't know how to express it properly. And most men in the red pill space, they took it as an act of war against marriage.
I didn't say it was an act of war. I think it was an act of showing the mindset of the modern woman who needs societal approval. And if she does, and she sometimes carries that over the approval of her husband and her family. Because if you're
don't forget to put on the fact that she was going through.
If you're with a man that's wealthy and rich and has the things that make you that supplies your needs, why do you still need a need for societal approval?
That's because we are social beings. That's still so, because we are social beings. So that doesn't, just because you become rich and famous, that doesn't take. We know for a fact that some of the top dogs in this space that we have been in contact with and have concert with them and have conversations with them, 100,000s, we know they still sensitive to things that people say. That does not change because you become famous or rich. PJ understands that very well. This is the reason why PJ is having a business where he could sell a lifestyle, because those people feel inadequate to go as themselves. They got to put a mask on every time they go outside, because there's not enough men telling them they could be 100% themselves. They don't need no jewelry, no watch, no fucking card. You be 100% yourself. You most likely go find your person. And most people is putting on all these jewels and masks on and trying to, they don't understand why they have such a difficult time finding a person, because you do not look like yourself. So therefore, whoever your person is running away from you, because you are not yourself. You are attracting all the negative energy that you do not want, because you're not being yourself. And on my channel, I tell men to do, like, you, who you are, is adequate enough. Be that.
So why can't we tell that to a woman who's married? You're talking about a man who's single and on a prowl. Why can't we apply that to someone who's already situated? He's a single man outside on the streets. She's a married woman talking about, I still need to feel flirted with. She said, I want men to push up on me. Why? You have a husband. That don't make sense. Now, go ahead.
So the thing is, I did break down why she did that. Like I said, so a lot of times men just try to slight or just look over the fact that women go through postpartum, right? It's a very deep depression for a lot of women, especially when you have 2 children back to back. It's consecutive. So some women, it takes 5 years to get over the first one. So now if you have 2, that's like a 7-10 year bid that she's doing with postpartum, that she's working through her hormones while being famous. While when Steph met her, she had her own career and she had to subside all that to go be Steph Curry's wife, and now she's battling with all these other pressures in her life that she is not equipped for because she is doing it by herself, dealing with depression. And most people do not realize that postpartum is a form of depression, and they got to deal with it by themselves, and they don't know that they are going through it. That's why they have special postpartum doctors for it that specialize in simply that part.
Sharon, I had a question. Would it be your opinion that Ayesha Curry maybe had a speaking coach at any point in time? You believe she?
Yes.
Okay. So you believe she knows how to address media and things like that?
Correct.
All right. So when a man's dealing with depression, he's still required to do everything he's supposed to do and show up to work, right?
Correct.
At the bare minimum, he has to show up to work.
Correct.
You mentioned she's going through a lot of these changes, and I can agree with that. But you also mentioned one of the things that was a big precedence on her life is that she's Steph Curry's wife. You could say that that's publicly kind of her job, right?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you this way. What is her duties as Steph Curry's wife outside of the household?
Right. So that's something that is usually, so that's something I can't really speak on because every relationship is going to be special to them, what they consider no-nos and, you know, but we could just go by his Christian values, and we could just assume that he's going by the good book. So we could say that she is following the laws of Christianity of what a wife is.
Well, we don't have to go by anything except public perception, because that means something too, right?
Absolutely. And as far as we know, she's been as far as we know, she's actually been a perfect wife. She's still with him. We don't have no scandals of her cheating. The only thing that we have is that men are upset that that woman spoke her mind about an insecurity that she had.
We're not upset. It just seems like they have all the grace and men have no grace. It's like we mostly complain about women who have issues with men who are inadequate. But there are examples of men who are fulfilling the traditional role of a provider, and we still find women not feeling satisfied by that experience. We're not saying that. Go ahead.
Right. So, but that's the part that a lot of men miss, that she was feeling insecure about something, about her own deep self, because us as individuals, the other person cannot make the other person happy, no matter what we do.
Absolutely.
The other person got to find their own happiness, and y'all just got to be happy together.
That's
and so she was in a struggle with her happiness, and all she was doing was expressing herself and saying, and I thought it was a good thing because a lot of women actually go through that, of having this doubt of, even though they man love them and kiss them and all that, they going through all these fluctuations, belly this, that, whatever they going through. And even though they man love them, they have this insecurity in their own mind. They fighting this shit themselves.
I agree.
And
but
so her saying that, it should have shed what it should have did. It should have put a light bulb on men like, hey, yo, I got to make sure I pay attention to my wife and make sure she's not feeling inadequate and she's looking for attention somewhere else because she's finding a deep depression that she don't even know about.
But I feel like we know all of that.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
That's true. But it's just true. It's you're looking at it one way, but there's another way to look at it. In some cases, it's because a lot of women, societal standards and societal acceptance means sometimes overweighs their man's approval. That's also real too. Some women, no matter how much you love them, if they're not lit on the gram, if they're not liked on the gram, if they're not accepted in societal circles, if their sisters are not feeling their moves, they will second guess their own situation just because they're going against the grain of the sisterhood or society. So sometimes it is exactly what you're talking about, Sharon. but sometimes it's just because society standards means more to them than their man's. Sometimes their pastor's opinion of them means more to them than their man's. That's also an issue too.
Right. So even if we saw with the pastor one is easy. You need to just follow your Bible, not your pastor. That's an easy one. If you're a man and you're a man,
good, but a lot of women
no, it's the truth. No, you could easily say, hey, listen, if we are going to be whatever your faith is, you're like, hey, we following the book, not the pastor. God is in front of me. So this is a good point. This is when the structure part comes in, what So Solid was trying to articulate. When you have that book of structure in front of the relationship, you say, hey, listen, I'm following this. You're not even following me, my wife. We are following God. I'm following God and you're following me. I'm moving in the righteous way because God says I could pull up the scripture and show this is why I'm moving that way. This is not off of my free will. This is off of God's will that I'm moving. So she can't argue that, right? So that's someone. So that's the passive one. Is easy if men actually put that structure in place, right? Number two, what was the other thing you had said? Was about the Instagram women and all those things.
Basically,
right?
They just care about society standards more than their man. And if they're not accepted by society, they still feel like they're missing something because society means a lot to a lot of modern women. They're more integrated in society.
Now,
we are.
Absolutely. And so men, we have to pay attention to our women more. Sometimes when men don't have that structure in place in front of them, they are not paying attention to their own. Their ego is so big, saying that I'm going to work, I'm providing this, I'm taking out the garbage, I don't cheat, and they think that's all they got to do. They don't got to pay attention to their women anymore. And this is a problem with a lot of issues on both sides of the agenda. Once they do those three major things, that is not what's called, breakup material, they try to kind of lax and they're not paying attention to their mate. I know if something is wrong with my wife by the way how she walks. I know it's something wrong with my wife by what she put on when she go to bed. I know it's something wrong with my wife if she don't hug me a certain way when we go to sleep. A lot of times people are not paying attention to their spouse. And then later on down the line, it turns into this, they're going to get it from somewhere else on both sides of the coin.
I don't disagree with the result of the issue, but I think the issue just varies. I think a lot of times women just are really enamored with societal standards of living.
That's another great point. So, and another thing is the reason why I try to focus it and hone it on men, understand that who they are as a person is so important and that they don't have to put on no mask. So if you are giving 100% of yourself and that 100% of yourself is not enough for that person that you with, it should be easy to leave that situation on because you gave 100% of yourself.
See, this is what I'm talking about, though. It's like, what is she talking about? Do y'all not get on this app? Who's y'all? Do y'all not get on this app and say how y'all want tens and then log off and face reality what your baby mama looks like? See, this is why I say this educated woman shit don't be meaning nothing to me because that statement makes absolutely no sense. Men do not say all we want is perfect tens. If anybody has shown that they don't need a perfect person, it's black men. Black men deal with big backs, multiple children with women. Men do not be out here looking for the perfect woman. Nobody's looking for a 10, and to me, a 10 is subjective. It depends.
Absolutely not, Rilla.
Can I address one thing?
10. Listen, PJ wanted a 10
Can I address one thing?
PJ wanted a 10 so bad he got 2 of them.
I want to address this point. Illa, I want to address this point real quick, man, because I've heard you say it a lot tonight, and I believe that it's just a false narrative, right? You made the point earlier in the conversation, and then you just brought up education again, right? You said that education does not turn a woman into a good or better wife, right? Those were the words that you used.
When it comes to black women,
what I'm saying, hold
up. When it comes to our women specifically, it seems like that doesn't increase their value to men. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't increase it to anybody. Like I've seen women from other races multitask the accomplishment of educational acquirements and still be able to be a loving, graceful wife. I'll just say when it comes to
So let me speak to that, right? I'm gonna speak to
hard
that.
for them to do both.
But I'm gonna speak to that, Illa, because my wife is educated, right? Matter of fact, my wife is an educator. She has a master's degree. She is working in the field of education, right?
Not all.
So what I'm saying is, when you make the point that education does not make a woman into a better wife, that's totally incorrect, right? Because I'm gonna tell you some values that an educated woman bring to a husband, right? Number one, she learns how to be more organized, right? Because she has to make that commitment to be organized to get that degree, right? Number two, she learns how to become a better communicator with her husband, right? Because she reaches the point where she has to learn different ideologies and how to process information in a certain way, so that when she has a conversation with her man, she's able to do it in a logical way versus an emotional one, right? She understands the intricacies of commitment, right? Because it takes a great deal of commitment for a woman to follow through and pursue and continue to pursue her education versus the bachelor's degree, the master's degree, and even more commitment when it comes to the PhD, right? So what I'm saying is, when women pursue education, it 100% enhances her husband, right? Because now he understands that he can depend on his wife, you know, for any circumstance in any situation, because guess what? His wife understands the way the world works. She understands how to communicate and advocate for herself. She understands how to follow through with a plan and a vision, right? And she knows now how to differentiate when her husband is telling her, hey, this is what I need, versus what her feelings is telling her what she's assuming the man wants, right? So what I'm telling you, Illa, is that when it comes to women, yes, education and the pursuit of education 100% makes that Black woman much more valuable to her husband.
What you're describing is what it should do and what it has done in your relationship. I'm not saying that if a woman gets educated by being educated, that's a detriment. Anything that adds to your mind is a positive. Anytime you're taking the time to discipline yourself, to add to yourself, that's positive. So I'm not saying that when a woman gets educated, that's a detriment. I said when Black women get educated, for some reason, not all of them, but for the majority, when they get educated, it oftentimes does not equate to feminine grace and agreeability in relationships. And it's shown. Most women, when they're on these shows, they're saying, why is it that educated women can't find a man? So obviously your wife is an anomaly in today's case. Education should make everybody better, but it oftentimes does not make Black women more valuable to their man. What you described is what education should do. Like you can
also brought it up, Illa.
You can listen to a rap song right now. I can listen to a rap song. I can hear the violence and the aggression, or I can hear don't make the mistakes I did. What I hear from the song or what I get from college is a reflection of what's inside of me. The fact that your wife acted like that is because the woman that she is, she was already that before she went to school, and school refined that part of her. Some women don't know how to be women, and they go straight to college and they just learn how to be more of what they are. They're just more successful economically, but they never learned how to be women. Your wife brought her femininity to college and perfected her femininity in college. That's not what happens with most women.
True,
my
right?
God. I hope somebody recorded that.
Oh, it's all recorded.
The difference is The reason why me and my wife are so compatible and we work in such cohesion is because I'm educated as well, right? So we are equally yoked. And what the women are saying is it's difficult for me to find a man that's equally yoked, right? Because when I'm in the mood to have an intelligent conversation, when I'm asking him about his plans for the future, when I'm asking him about his vision for our family, he doesn't know how to express himself with any conviction, right? He lacks the discipline that it takes to go through with the plan because he chose to forego education, right? So when we talking about a situation to where being equally yoked with a man, you're talking about, well, a woman is following that pastor. Well, in all cases, a woman that's following that pastor, she's following that pastor because the man is uneducated in the word, right? Because if the man is educated in the word of God, the woman is going to follow him. That's the difference. And then also to further the point, in the majority sense, my cousin already brought up this stat. When a man is equally yoked with the woman in terms of education, those lead to the most successful marriages. Those marriages aren't being dissolved, right? But when you speak to the man who's a high value man, right, and he's with a woman who he's not equally yoked with, then yes, there's going to be problems. There's going to be situations and circumstances that they're not able to break through because they lack the necessary tools to mend them and come together in unity, right? Okay. So what I'm saying is it's up for the black man to go and get the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and pursue his education, right? Because that's going to allow him to be more disciplined. That's going to allow him to have a vision. That's going to allow him to have a plan. And that's going to also allow him to understand how to follow through on a commitment, Illa. And that's what the women are asking for. They want a man to have a plan, a vision, and follow through. And these men aren't willing to do it.
I respect everything you're saying, but there is precedent for men who've done that and it hasn't equated to success. So we can't act like if a man does that, it's all going to fall together. That's not true. So what I'm saying is education is subjective. What are you? You're a police officer, right? I don't want to assume. You're a police officer?
I'm in law enforcement. Yes, sir.
You're law enforcement. So do you have to go to school to be in law enforcement?
Depends on what you do.
Depends on what you do. But I have a bachelor's degree. I
respect that. But do you have to get a degree to become to get in law enforcement and to climb the ranks? Do you need a degree to do that?
Not in the entry level, no, but in the level that I'm at, yes.
I'm saying, but if a person, it may have taken them longer to get where you got, but if they worked hard enough, can they get to your level based on years and tenure? You may do it quicker, but can somebody get to you where you at by just working their way up? Is it possible?
They have in the past.
And it depends. It depends.
Is it possible?
It's possible, yes.
Okay, so that proves that education alone is not the litmus test for advancement in this world, advancement in this country, and a sense of discipline. There's a lot of men who are not educated formally that are disciplined. You can find discipline in many different mediums. Education is a great way to do it. But it's women that's educated that's still behind on their bills that don't even go to school for their degrees. I know men who went to college who are not even going to school, who are not working their degree. So education is great if you know what to go to school for, and it's advantageous to the demand that you're in. You can go to school for art tomorrow. That don't mean you're going to be successful in 10 years. So you got to go to school for certain things that are pertinent to the society that you're in. But we can't keep acting like that's the only way a man can find structure and discipline is through going to school. And we can't keep acting like unevenly yoked means that I have a master's and you don't. I've met a lot of women who are educated than me and dumb as hell. They're educated on a particular topic that they do for their job. They're educated at being in HR. That doesn't always equate to being a mother and a wife. And not being educated formally does not equate to a man being undisciplined and unevenly yoked. Unevenly yoked is not just you know what I know. It means that we have the same temperament. It means we have the same level of balance. It means we have the same level of respect. We have the same level of decorum. You can't learn that in school. That has to be innate in you. So we got to stop pretending as if everything is a monolith. You can go to school and still not be disciplined. You're just good at your job. And we do know people that are educated. Everybody we know that's educated is not the most disciplined, not the most well-mannered person. Let's stop doing that, man.
So the reason why we can use it, because we know that when we having these conversations, we are mainly talking about the majority of people and the best success rate that they could possibly have, the best outcomes that they could possibly have. Nothing in this life is 100%. There's nothing that anybody could tell us that's going to be 100% true. However, percentage wise, we can absolutely say that, hey, if you go find this, that, and a third, you have a great success rate of X, Y, and Z. And so all I'm saying is that at an 80% clip, if we know that an educated man and woman making a certain amount of money at an 80% clip, they stay together forever. That is something that we need to be diving into and telling our young people, start looking for character and value systems to go and mate with while you in an educated situation, while y'all could build together. So y'all got the education together. And also, when y'all leave college together, y'all also could build a life and family together.
So this way, it's just not guaranteed ways for it. It's just not guaranteed for it to go well.
Absolutely, and that's what I said earlier. I said nothing is 100%.
That's what I'm saying. But life is about choice. You got to choose to be a better person, regardless of where you at in life. You choose to be there for your woman, or you could choose not to be. Education, being educated is not going to make me more faithful.
Yeah, however, we still need to start talking to our folks in the highest percentage, what's going to make them successful.
Yes, successful economically. That doesn't necessarily mean
no. I'm talking about successful in life, period. So that's with relationships, money, marriage, cars, everything.
But Sharon, I would have to check the consensus on that, because 80% is an astronomical number, considering that there's billions of people, in this country. So I wouldn't imagine this 80%. Maybe they've created such a small sample size. Maybe it's 80% of all educated couples who got missing a leg or some shit. I don't know, but I highly doubt 80% of all. First of all, let's look at where we at in society. Most people are online going to school, half-assing it, Quizlet, Course Hero. Y'all may not know this because y'all probably, knocked out college in the analog days, right? Not in the digital age. All right. Well, I went to college as a millionaire, so I know college didn't mean shit to me. I just wanted the paper, the actual paper here, because when you want to go and get investments and stuff like that, you submit a resume to these folks. And so they want to see things like college education and things like that, because they have the same mindset that, hey, this person's disciplined, this person's this, that, and the other. But that's not what college is applying in today's world. College is simply measuring commitment. That's it. Everything else has been sucked out of that. You don't have to be disciplined to go to college. You don't have to be smart to go to college. You don't have to be any of those things, right? And so to Illa's point, Brownsville, your wife went to college with those traits, with those characteristics. I can guarantee if she has sisters, they mirror those same characteristics and traits to some degree. Because that's just the village, that's the stock that she probably comes from. I'm not saying that college didn't have any positive effect. I'm not saying that at all. I definitely believe that it does. My mom, she has her PhD, but I can tell you, just watching her climb the ranks in college, nothing changed about her personality. Okay. Nothing changed about her marriage. Nothing changed about any of those things. It's just, if anything.
So your mom's have a PhD?
Yeah, my mom has a PhD. She's you can look my mom up. She's
no, because
all the ladies in the chat, listen.
I don't want to put that. You don't want to put that information out. You know what I'm saying?
My portion. The stream is in the link. So all the ladies that got all that shit to say, because even when we having a serious conversation, what are the women in the chat doing? Showing their ass, being ignorant, saying shit. Nobody disrespected nobody. Nobody said black women are stupid. Nobody say black women are unmarriageable. We're just pointing out certain traits. Nobody's being disrespectful on this panel. So even in this small container of a conversation, it's showing you that education levels doesn't equate to decorum. Nobody on this panel say anything disrespectful about any black woman on here. We may have said things that may have been controversial. No one said disrespectful, but there's a lot of disrespectful comments in the chat. So that shows you that education cannot make a man or woman have decorum. In the words of Jay-Z, you can go to school, but you can't buy class. So what I'm saying is that they're proving my point. Oh, he's not a millionaire. He's not this. The link is in the chat. If you want to bring the smoke, bring that shit. But watch your mouth. I will drop you if you say something slick. Bring your intelligence, bring your education, bring your feminine grace and valor, and you will be blessed to come on this panel. Anything less than that, Illa is not fucking going at all. So you can chat away, but the link is in the chat. So bring all that shit up here, because everybody like to talk about what Illa said, all that in other shows, but they don't pull up over here. And it's for a reason, because I ain't no dummy. But go ahead.
But here's the thing. So I think PJ hit it on it, and this is why the conversation they get a little strange, right? Because PJ said it himself that the people that he attempted to get extra income and so he could do his business, so he won't have to use his own money. He used other people's money and whatever he got to do to structure his business. He had to go out there and prove that he could attain an education, even though he already had the money. His mother is a PhD. That's something that he is proud to say. He holds her with a high regard for her achieving something that we know, especially a black woman, how difficult that is, and the small number of black women that have a PhD. But it is still more black women that have a PhD than black men, which is crazy. But that's a whole nother conversation, right? And also on my channel, we have 2 black women that have PhDs that have conversations with us all the time. And so PJ knows how difficult that is and how people in the higher places, how they hold that at a higher esteem. And this is why himself, after getting the bag, millions of dollars, that he went back to school, but he had no need to do it really, because he had the money, but he wanted to elevate it higher. So he had to show those other people that went through the same thing, that they hold esteem, which is a college education. They said they want to make sure you're legit.
Sharon, you're changing the narrative. You're talking from the perspective that we're saying education is not needed, and you shouldn't. And you're speaking as if we're saying fuck school. I'm telling you, if anybody's watching the show, if you are a young black person, you under 20, take your ass to school. I would suggest you go for something like technology or engineering. Go to school. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is school does not often equate to women being better mates in the black.
Okay, so you know what? I think I got a way to get through to at least PJ. I think I can get through to PJ right now with this. What you just said, it just made me think of a thought pattern, right? So hopefully I didn't interrupt too much. So PJ, can you give an exact formula how to be successful in business?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Because some things are about opportunity, and
you have to leave out certain information, right? But if you was to put together a strategy and say, hey, I could give you a percentage where this could work out for a majority of people if they could stay strict, blah, 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 like you can give that, correct?
Yeah.
And now with that plan, let's just say you believe that is an 80% clip that you can make people successful. Are you going to focus on the 20% that's going to make them fail?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you going to focus on the 20% that will guarantee that they will fail?
The 20% of people who came to me.
So you have your program. 80%. Okay. 80% of it is going to help.
I have an 80% success rate, and I don't care about the 20% who failed.
What I'm saying, are you going to be teaching that 20% of failure rate? Is that something that you're going to focus on for your students?
Yes, because I want 100%.
You being disingenuous.
I am.
That is wild. I ain't never heard of somebody saying, hey, I'm going to teach you all the wrong things to do. That's not how it usually happens. But
you said I'm going to teach you all the wrong things to do?
Yeah, that's what you just said. You said you're going to focus
on
on
No, you said if I have a program, right? And let's just put it this way.
We already agreed you can't get 100%.
Right. But
what is she talking
about? Put it
this
way. When I was in the military, if I had my soldiers, and I had at one point 28 soldiers, right? So 14 each team. If out of, let's just call it 30, if out of 30 soldiers, you're telling me only 25 of them are going to make it to the next step in their career, and I'm supposed to just say the hell with the other 5, I'm telling you, no, I would make sure all 30 of my soldiers.
Right. So yeah, so you focus on the people. I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the program. That, you know, so your curriculum has 100% of whatever that curriculum is. 80% of that curriculum is going to make sure they succeed. They got another 20% that is going to tell them how to fail. All we going to now have teachers on that 20% is what I'm saying.
No, not at all.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's not real life. That's all I'm saying. Let's focus on what we could do to move the needle forward instead of worry about the things that could go wrong. We don't.
That's what we do.
We are moving it forward. We're not going about what's wrong. We ain't talking about what could go wrong. We talking about what has gone wrong. But
no, you're not.
Let me read some. Okay, let me read some data for you, because, like I said, so this is according to the available data. In 1965, only a small percentage of Black Americans were considered educated. Roughly 7.7% of Black adults aged 25 and older having completed high school, significantly lower than the white population at the time. Now, remember what I just said. 7.7% of the population of Black people were educated in 1965. But let's look at the percentage of who was married in that year. The percentage of Black women who are married in the United States have been declining over time. In 1950, 62% of Black women were married. In 2021, 28% were married. So that proves that education does not equate to better relationships. Because when we were educated, when we were educated, but I can say this and still advocate for education. I don't know why you can't separate the two. I'm an advocate for education, and I can still see how that's not necessarily making women better wives. I can see both. Just like I can love hip hop, and I can still see the negative influence of it as well. I can see two things at once. So in 1955, in the 1950s to 60s, where 7% of us were educated, 62% of us were married. In the modern time, where most sisters are educated, 28% of them are not married. So obviously, there is no correlation when it comes to Black women with education and marriage. The data just proved that. Checkmate. So let's get back to the show.
The data, that's not what that data says.
7% of the people was educated in the 60s, but most of us was married. More people are educated now, and less of us are married. So what does the data prove if it don't prove that?
It just, what that data proves is that we was living in a different time. We definitely
in a different time now.
Yes, because in that time in 1965, we were still fighting for civil rights.
We had even more reason to be depressed and to be separated. We got more reason to be together now.
No, we had more reasons to be together then.
So we only supposed to come together under dire straits. We can't come together when we act.
That's what. No, we're not saying that's the only reason, but we're saying that is a form of society, right? So if something was to happen, if aliens would come down, all of a sudden every country will fight against the aliens, and we'll be singing Kumbaya until they die. And then once everything goes back to normal, guess what? We be fighting each other again.
Well, maybe it's something wrong with humanity as a whole when destruction brings us together and freedom separates us. That's very interesting. But let's get back to the show.
Tell me two good things about Black men.
So before it gets too much of a mess, and everybody, I got you as well.
Hold on, I'm about to leave, man. But
not yet, Joseph. Hold on, because
I gotta go, bro.
Everybody gonna get a chance to get in. That a content creator that's in my chat right now that was on record saying how Black women are not attractive, they are ugly, and more men need to tell how Black women and push them down, tell them how ugly they are, tell them how fat they are, how we don't agree with how they look, how they dress, their hair, everything. So we are here fighting against it because it's not true. It is not. It's bullshit. Let's see if Illa's microphone is better now. Go ahead, Illa.
Hey, can I? Yeah, y'all can hear me now? Y'all can hear me now?
No.
You choppy.
Can y'all hear me?
You choppy, my brother.
Can you hear me? I'm in the middle of the country. I'm sorry.
Hey,
y'all can hear me?
there you go. There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, okay. I just want to say this. Now, shout out to everybody on the panel. You know, my issues with Fatty is well documented, but I have to admit that I think the conversation got way off the point. I think when we make these arguments about foreigners, I think people need to deal with the conversation at hand. I don't think that had really nothing to do with the point. You guys said that black men were being influenced by black men in jail with the sagging. Fatty said that if that's the case, can we blame women for influencing women to be scantily clad? I thought that was a fair argument. And I think no one really addressed that point, and they just jumped on around the bush. And one thing I'm noticing is you can't fight extremism with extremism. If you're going to say that men that, you know, have the red pill ideology are extreme, then you can't fix that with extreme avoidance of what women do as well. It's nothing wrong with being in the middle. There's nothing wrong with saying calling women out when they're wrong and calling out men when they're wrong. But it seems like both sides are just saying, I'm going to pick the women or I'm going to pick the men. But we just got to deal with conversations as they come accordingly and stop jumping around and deal with the point. Because no one ever answered that question. Because if we could blame brothers for influencing young men to do criminal acts, to be gangsters, to play with guns in the video and sell drugs and sag, that's a fair argument. But we have to apply that same fairness when it comes to critiquing the women. We don't have to call them ugly and all of that extreme stuff, but the actual point about behavior and decorum has to be addressed. And I heard a lot of conversation about this and Sydney Star and all of that, but nobody really answered that question. So I do.
All right.
Can I go next real quick?
I wanted to address it because we did address it.
Yeah, we did.
We did address it. So we were saying that.
I was listening. I didn't hear nobody address it. I'm being no disrespect.
Okay, so here's the thing. So the men of the degenerate nature was the one pushing out the strippers. They was pushing out the ones that Adina Howard. They was the ones that's pushing out Little Kim. It was pushing out Akinelli and all those type of songs. So therefore, it was degenerate men pushing those women out on the forefront because those was not the majority of women. Sir Mix-a-Lot, Uncle Luke, all those men pushed out the degenerate women behavior. It wasn't women pushing out because women was like, we don't act like that. At that point, women was like, it was a big thing when women was like, we don't wear fucking weaves. I ain't one of those ghetto bitches. I ain't no goddamn hoe. It used to be a conversation with women like, well, I ain't that kind of hoe or whatever, right? They separated themselves, but men kept pushing it, and so therefore men are the biggest promoters of degenerate women behavior. It is not women.
Okay, panel. How do y'all feel about that? We gotta guess ruthless truth. I'll let you kick it off. How do you feel about what he just said?
Well, he turned it right back to men. I don't agree with that. Women have to be accountable for their behavior. They have to be, right? We can't keep giving them all this reverence and love when they do wrong. Tough love is good. I don't think we have to hate them. Hate is a very strong word. That's unnecessary, but we do have to show tough love. Now, I want to say that to Sharon's point, are women like children? Maybe, but they can be disciplined like adults in a verbal manner that's conducive to them understanding that they are to be held accountable for their actions and the things that they're doing that's destroying the families.
Okay.
So
go ahead. Anybody want to respond to that?
Yeah, PJ, you want to jump in?
I mean, sound like he was on our side. No, I'm playing. No. I would just piggyback on Ruthless Truth's point. You know, the biggest issue is that, as I was saying earlier, you know, that was kind of the point I was making with lamer terms. I was just saying, hey, you know, they have enough soldiers in their army, meaning that, you know, we are all smoking, blowing smoke over the point at hand, and that's that men have a side too. Men have a side that isn't being addressed, and so let's address it, because I feel as though women's point in today's society is being addressed by default, really. I mean, by way of inflation, a man's got to go and get 2 jobs out here. A guy's got to go and try to get him some education to secure those jobs that are paying those types of wages. You get what I'm saying? But I don't think at no point, and we, to your point, we can't keep speaking to the 20%. So I don't want to speak to the minority of guys who are saying, oh, you know, F these women, or just speaking derogatory terms on women. That's not what I believe any man on this panel or who has been on this panel has spoken to, period. You know, at the minimum, we are neutral, okay? And as El Sabical said, as Ruthless Truth said, we are able to speak to the wrongs of men, and we also able to speak to the wrongs of women. And we just want everyone collectively to hear both sides. We don't want there to be, oh, well, what about men when we bring up a issue that women are displaying? Because we don't do that. We just address it head on. Okay, women want men to start making more money. Women want men to have their own place. Women want men to have their own car and have some type of established foundation for future growth. I feel like the majority, and I could be, you know, speaking to the wrong demographic, but I feel like the majority of younger new men have some sense of ambition when it comes to making money. It may not be, you know, they may not have the guidance to have that directed in the right places, but I don't see no young men who is just okay with not getting any change. I don't see no young men who is just okay, or any man, especially, you know, I'm 30 now, so no one in my circle or age range is just okay not getting to it.
See, we have another dumbass question. I want these men to explain how black men help create the discussion in the black community. This is why this is my issue with women. Black men being an issue to the black community is as American as apple fucking pie. Who the fuck don't know that? If you've been on this planet for the last 30 years living in America, if you don't know nothing else about black community, you know that black men has been the #1 antagonist for the downfall of the community. It's been put in movies, it's been put in films, there's been documentaries. That's not breaking fucking news. So we all know the black man's problems are well documented. Can we all on this panel agree to that? They're not hidden. Do you agree to that, Sharon, that the black man's problems over the last 30 years are well documented?
I talk about them every day.
So but when a woman, no matter how contrite we're being, no matter how open we're being, these are the questions that they ask. These are the same women that we ask, why don't they have a man? Because they don't even have the proper awareness of just a conversation without being triggered. We know what black men did. There's movies about it. There's shows about it. We all know that black men sold drugs. They've been violent. They lead.
So why does that
black on black? But the fact that she still needs us to say that is a lack of accountability, because we know what we did. But do you know what you did? Bumps in the bumps.
No, but that's
that. Like, look at the name. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
so that's the issue. So if my wife's to come in the house and say, hey babe, you didn't take out the fucking garbage, I'm not gonna turn around and say, well, you didn't do the dishes. Right? So it doesn't matter how many times they say, until we get this shit correct, that we hold our men accountable and say, hey, y'all need to get with PJ and figure out how the fuck he became a millionaire by 30. That's what we need to be talking to young men about and saying, hey, I don't know what the fuck PJ did, but y'all need to go figure that out and go have a conversation with PJ and see if y'all can reduplicate what he did or even come close. Like somebody said, shoot for the moon. If you miss, you're still, at least you're going to be amongst the stars. PJ says nobody in his circle that's not getting it.
I have a question for you, Mr.
So the problem is that when we get hit with these tough questions about where the black man doing X, Y, and Z, we supposed to be stern enough and stoic enough to understand we have to endure that pain because we fucked it up. And we got to start being the ones that take control and say, yes, babe, I did not take out the fucking garbage. You know what? Let me go take out that garbage. And then once I take out that garbage and I come back and I relax for a few minutes and I come back in the kitchen, now I can say, hey, babe, we need to get those dishes done. And she can't tell me nothing.
And when she says, oh, but I didn't say nothing to you when you had the trash lit, because that's what the conversation is now.
Perfect.
You've taken out the trash already, Sharon. The trash has been taken out. Matter of fact, you ain't skipped a day this week since she said something last week, right? But the issue is she still don't want to address them 3 days she left dishes in the sink.
She don't have to address it. Look, hold on. She don't have to address it. It got to get done. I don't give a fuck if she says it not. Babe, what's going on with the dishes? I don't give a fuck what her excuse is. I don't give a fuck if she's mad. Is the dishes in the sink? So whatever excuse she say, whatever fight she has, is there dishes in the sink, babe? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking you. I'm not trying to fight you, babe.
No.
Are there dishes in the sink? When she say, yes, there are dishes in the sink, now I can say, hey, babe, I need you to take care of your dishes.
No, the dishes are not in the sink anymore, Sharon. That doesn't negate the fact that the standard is no dishes left in the sink overnight. So you went 3 nights with dishes in the sink. That must be addressed because that's an issue that could reoccur.
No. So again, this is a great lesson that all of us men need to really understand and learn the way how women communicate and learn through their man. They do not learn through us through chastisement and say, hey, I see that you got the dishes clean today, but 2 days ago, you didn't wash the dishes. That's not how we communicate with women. Because now she's looking at you as you being catty with her. And now y'all at the same level. She's not looking at you as a revered man now. Now y'all are catty with each other. And that's not a position that you want to be with your woman. So no, even if she forgets and all that, she did it 3 days in a row, whatever, you just say, hey, babe, I need you to make sure you handle 100% of what you're doing. I know I slipped up the other day, but I'm correcting that, and I'm going to, for now on, move forward. I'm never going to slack on my part on the garbage again, and I need you to keep up with me so we can keep building so we can get the next thing. So if I know you can handle those dishes, babe, slap on the ass and say, hey, we're going to move on to the next thing. Now we're worried about the garage. So you got to learn how to communicate with your woman and understand her communication style. We cannot talk to her the way how we allow people to talk to us, because men, we deal with very directness and we can handle directness. Female energy doesn't handle that directness the same way. They don't handle cat. They want to be catty. So if you being feisty, she looking at you, you feisty. Oh, I got a feisty husband.
Yeah, don't be brutally honest. Don't be brutally honest with your woman. I know the red pill men, they tell you, hey, you need to be brutally honest. That's going to be the first thing that's going to get you divorced.
From a woman who ain't your woman.
No, so PJ, so did you understand my point of why I didn't go back to the 3 days? Because I'm attempting for it to move forward, because I can endure. I'm built for that stress, because stress, in my opinion, is made for the shoulders. It ain't made for those hips. So let me carry this fucking brown. But let me put this book bag on. I don't want you. You understand? So I don't want you to carry that weight and that burden on your hips.
So she's running the house, right? Is what you're telling me. You have to acquiesce to her. No, I'm just saying you have to acquiesce to her temperament. Everything about her, you have to be careful. You need to be strategic. You need to be careful how you say it. You need to whisper, matter of fact, when you say it. So therefore, who's the boss?
Right. So you might look at it, you could look at it in that sense if you want to. That is fine. But we all know that when you are running things, or people got to come to you and you got to control things and you got to answer things. You are the most subservient person with it. Like if you carry a business and you got over 10 people in your business, you are the most subservient person. people are not serving you. You are serving them. And this is what makes them work harder for you. Where you say, hey, I'm about to open up a 401k plan for our company. That means like, what? They're gonna work harder. We say, hey, listen, if we keep up this movement that we got going on, and everybody keep hitting their marks, I'll be able to handle health insurance for all of y'all. They're gonna be like, what? They're gonna keep moving. So we know if you want a successful business, that you do not chastise your workers. You serve your workers, and then in return, they are going to be trouble for you.
So
right, use that analogy, right? If you go to your workers, right, and let's just say, because you're speaking only to the positive part, right? Now, let's say you go to your workers and they're not putting out what they're supposed to put out, and then your address is like, hey, what's up? Your numbers are down this week, month. What's good? I just don't feel like doing that.
That's not how that works.
Hold on, let me answer the question. And they tell you, I don't feel like doing it. I just feel burnt out. Or you then gonna say, well, because I'm gonna do your job for you. I'm gonna sit you out the way, and I'm gonna go ahead and pick your numbers up for you so you rest and get your mind right. Or you gonna tell them you to get your ass to the point, get back to work, or else you're out. Which one is it? How you gonna handle that?
So that's not how that works, right? So what happens when you recognize that you have a worker that's possibly disgruntled, you go and pull them to the side and you find out what's going on. So like, hey man, for the past 2 years, you've been moving like this. And I seen the last month, you've been slacking. What's going on? You have something personal going on that you need to take some time out. You conversate with them. You do not chastise them. You do not put more pressure on them. You actually take some pressure away and you communicate with them so you can understand how you could serve your workers so they could serve you. And you got to have that same mentality. I have to serve my wife so this way she could serve me. So I'm not going to do anything to hurt or put my wife in a way where she's looking at me sideways. I'm not going to put my wife in a situation where I'm breaking her heart. So the way how I look at it and the way how I would teach men and talk to men about relationships, that you have your wife and you have yourself. But in the middle of y'all, you have your relationship. You cannot throw anything at your wife without hitting your relationship first. So anything that you are going to say to your wife, just know it got to go through your relationship first. So if you think that you are chastising your wife, it ain't going to go around your relationship. So you are going to hurt your relationship by the way how you speak to your woman. So you got to speak and think about your relationship before anything else. And once you have that mentality, your whole focus will change about building. And once your woman is rocking with you, she is going to endure with you.
Sharon,
happy wife.
Sharon, that's exactly what you talk about. But what I'm saying is,
that's what you heard.
I mean, but basically, you're making it seem like if men, like this is a foolproof way. Everything that you're speaking about is still contingent on the maturity of that woman. If I'm talking to her, it's not. Her maturity level, it determines how well she's going to respond to whatever I'm saying in whatever tone. Because an immature woman will respond disrespectfully, even if your tone is correct, even if your body language is correct. I've been on panels literally talking with the softest tone, smiling, and still was called names. So you're speaking about something that's still contingent on the maturity of the woman. Every woman is not just so mature that when a gracious, polite man speaks to them, they just say, you know what, that's true. Some do and some don't. But you act like as if a man does that, I guarantee you she's going to give you that type of acquiescence. And that's not necessarily true. If she's mature enough, she will respect your maturity. And if she's not, she will look at your maturity as weakness and disrespect you despite you're not disrespecting her. PJ, ruthless. Am I tripping or is there some truth?
Yes, absolutely tripping.
100%. 100% agree.
100% tripping.
You definitely pandering to your female base, bro. Because man, I said
you're 100% tripping.
That was mad simple. Nah, you gotta start.
This is why you're 100% tripping. I would tell you.
I'm not mad at you.
I tell you what.
I ain't tripping off you. Get your money.
I tell you what, though, look,
you know you're on some bullshit.
I'm really glad that Sharon and Brownsville are happily married, and y'all don't have to deal with this BS. But I can promise y'all, y'all brothers will be swallowed up in this new dating age. So let that be another thing that keep y'all, y'all.
No. Let's swallow up now.
Hold on. Before we go down, I told you we're gonna get back to the part where I've been out the game for too long. It always happens. They want me to go ahead and leave this relationship and start a new one, so I can start a whole new 10-year wife. And they be like, "Well, you got lucky twice," is what they're gonna tell me. So when I'm saying when we are saying that this immature woman, right? We got to understand that man chose that immature woman. He got to learn how to communicate with his immature woman. He chose, because we're saying wife, right? We're not just saying just pick up any random woman and I throw a stone on the street and I say, and it hits this woman and I pick up, I say, I'm going to turn her into a wife. No, we saying somebody that we chose as a wife, right? So if you chose an immature person, you're going to have to learn how to communicate with that immature person.
So you leave them the hell alone, but you act like maturity is something that's wore on their sleeve. Sometimes you don't realize a person's immature because you've been with them, and you put them in a scenario where you see that immaturity. For example, let me say this. Hold on. For example, I was with a woman, right? She was a sweet woman, real sweet person, very nice, very well mannered. Until a situation arrived where I seen that she was a little more volatile. We went out to a restaurant, and the waiter messed up her order, and she made a crazy scene. Now, I didn't know she was like that until that moment arrives. So maturity is not something that just wore on your sleeves. Like people are just like, because we'll say this all the time. Well, women will say, well, he wasn't like that in the beginning. He was nice. You don't know what men are going to turn to. Women do the same thing.
But again,
millions too.
So the problem is that the conflation part, that's where it gets it. This is why it sounds like that nobody's really looking for to move forward.
Now,
right?
I'm not saying that these good women don't exist.
We already established the person, and you talking about like I'm dating, and I found out, she's through a red flag in the middle of vetting her out. Like you was with her for 3 months, and then
it happened. Can I have Sharon a question, please? Sharon, haven't you dealt a failed relationship with kids outside of your current relationship now?
Right. That's why I got the perspective.
So now you saying that now, but I'm just saying you just made a soliloquy on everything right to do to make it last, but you failed, right? Would you consider yourself a failure?
No.
Didn't your last previous relationship?
No.
Oh, so whose fault was it?
It's not anybody's fault.
It's somebody's fault because one of y'all walked.
Now, I agree that you can agree to disagree. There's a science to being together.
Let them answer these questions. Whose fault was it? You walked first or she walked first?
It was Life's fault. I broke up with them.
So you walked first?
Yes.
So you're a failure then, right?
No.
Oh, well then you had to, because you just said, well, there's no reason why you can't work it out with your wife if you understand her, if you put it all together, put the fucking puzzle together. You're supposed to go up to her and she's supposed to acquiesce to your willingness to bow down to her and make her feel good about herself. But then you're a failed man from a previous relationship who failed at that task. So how can you be giving advice to men about success when you're a failure yourself?
Right. Now, so I don't consider myself as a failure, and I don't think that moving through a relationship is considered a failure unless somebody beat each other up, or maybe you cheated on her or something like that. You started lying. But just because you went through a relationship and you gone through a learning process, that doesn't mean that you are a so-called failure. Long as you learn from it, then you didn't fail. It was a lesson that you needed to learn. And so if you are continuing dating the same type of person, that means you haven't learned, and then you are a failure. Yes, you're not learning from the lessons of your previous relationship.
I want the ladies to pull up. It's a lot of smoke in the chat. Ladies, pull up, articulate your views on the panel. Because to me, Sharon, there we go. We got a lady. There we go. I want to hear from a lady.
Oh, man.
Bump all this chat shit. Come in the chat. Come on the panel and speak your piece.
Hey, beautiful. How you doing? Look at that smile.
What's going on, man?
That's the devil herself.
Hello, everyone. How are you? This is
peace going on.
1 a.m. in the morning.
You want to add to the conversation, ma'am?
Right. I mean, hold on. Let me close something. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, something is wrong. Now can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Now you just went on mute.
Oh, now you guys hear me now?
Yes. We heard you the whole time.
I'm retarded. Okay, I'm good. Good evening. What is your question for the ladies in the chat? I just came up because it was a lively discussion.
I mean, I just see a lot of. I'm just saying. I just feel like while we're having a mature conversation, while Sharon is doing his greatest, I commend him for advocating for the sisters, because I'm an advocate for Black women too. I'm just not an advocate for disrespectful women or men. Right. But as we're having a mature conversation, the women in the chat are proving my point. It's nothing but ad hominem attacks. It's nothing but dumbass shit they saying. It's no mature dialogue in the chat. They're not giving intelligent replies. They're calling people names and all types of dumb shit. They're proving my point. While Sharon is fighting his best to prove them right, they're proving me right. So maybe you, man, can come up here with some decorum. And you don't have to agree with me, but we can keep it classy. Anything you would like to add to the conversation?
So I'm saying, what was the part of the discussion? I just rolled in and I saw this lively discussion, and
it's a lot. It's a lot going on. Basically, we're just talking about.
They don't want to acquiesce to their wife. That's what it is, HQ. They don't want to take out the damn garbage, HQ. I ain't taking out the garbage because she didn't do the dishes.
Oh, so it's like the red pill thing.
No, see, he's misrepresented. We're sharing the stream. This is my show. I'm sharing with Mr. Bracy. That's not what we're talking about. We're not on that type of time, man. We're just talking about a myriad of topics. One of the topics in particular that I brought up was how education does not necessarily equate to making women better wives. Sharon took that statement and made me seem like that I'm saying that education isn't valued in the Black community. That's not something we should advocate, which is not what I'm saying. I think Black people should advocate for education, period, just to keep up with the changing economic times. However, two things can be true at once. Education can be beneficial for the Black community, and it still can be something that doesn't necessarily make women better wives. Brownsville, who's not on the panel no more, he brought up how his wife is educated and has wifey skills and has the proper decorum. What I said to him was, your wife had that before she went to college. She took those natural, innate skills that she had of being a woman and perfected them in college and proceeded to carry that on after school. But every woman that goes to college does not come out the wifely woman. Sometimes they come out very ambitious, very successful economically, very successful in corporate America, but they don't always have the proper skills to maintain a loving relationship.
Okay, well then,
controversial at all.
For that, I would say it's an equal amount of uneducated, unmarriageable men on the market as well as women. I think it's an even exchange, because not all men are meant to be husbands and can be husbands and express themselves as being husband material. If you are in this 2024 dynamic where you think telling a woman what to do, not being able to discuss issues, and then you guys coming to a consensus and your opinion is the only opinion that matters because you're the man, then you're not going to have a successful relationship. That's what the ladies in the chat are trying to say. You cannot. I just want to know, how many successful relationships do people have where you get to set the rules of the table and she has to acquiesce on everything that you say?
But this,
I don't know any successful relationship.
Respectfully, ma'am.
Right.
That's irrelevant. No one's up here telling women what they should do, what they shouldn't do. No one's saying that. What we're saying is the choices that women have made in the realms of education hasn't always equated to a loving relationship. That's not me telling a woman what to do. We're saying
so you said that for men too, right?
Huh?
You said that for men too, right?
I mean, it's the thing. Men's problems in America is highly documented. The only thing that's new to the conversation is how we feel about women. What men don't do, whether it be the incarceration rate, whether it be the fatherlessness rate, all of these things, all these issues of Black men are not revelations. They've been well documented since the 80s. The only thing that's new to the conversation that's causing all of this ruckus is that Black men have the audacity to say, hold up, what about you? So to act like as if Black men are never held accountable because the last 5 to 10 years, Black men had the nerve to speak back is absolutely preposterous. Black women have had 30 to 40 years to tell the world, and Black men have had 30 to 40 years to tell the world what Black men are inadequate in doing. Not only have they had the ability to do it, they've been supported by the film industry. They've been supported by news networks. There's documentaries, there's films, there's a whole genre of content dedicated to the Black woman's gripe with Black men. So to pretend as if no one knows what's wrong with us is very disingenuous. What we haven't discussed is Black women's role in things. And whenever men try to do that, they're told they're misogynist. They're told they're trying to control. It's proven that we can't control you. But what we can do is control our participation with you. And that's what we will talk about.
Okay.
Ali, you have something to say, brother?
Yes, sir. What's going on, my brother? What's up to the panel? How y'all doing, man? Hold on, my mic just went out real quick.
What up, Ali?
Look at God.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good now. Sharon, you're being funny too. That's all right. Am I good?
Yeah, you
good. You gotta cam up, bro. You hit me with this Boost Mobile shit, man. I need to see some faces, bro. Verbal Assassin, whoever that is. I would like for y'all to cam up. If you can't cam up, I respect it. But if you can, please try to cam up.
I just
I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling right now. That's my picture. That's my avatar. That's who I am. It is what it is. I'm not doing none of that extra shit. So, hi.
Dang. Yeah, I was like, take her off immediately.
That's what I'm talking about. We ain't doing this. Ain't Burger King. You can't shit no way. You see how she came in? Talking about, I ain't doing all that.
People, man.
I ain't doing that. We ain't doing it. Get out of here.
Get some
This philosophical radio. The only question. This ain't that.
What does she think about
how she said it? You see how she said it though? She could have said, listen, she could have said, I understand, but I don't want to do the camp. No, she had to throw in the bullshit. She had to throw in the black girl magic. Take that shit over there to where the fuck you do that shit over there.
You just said it was okay either way though.
But the way she said it, I didn't like it.
No, I'm saying you said it was okay either way, and she went left field.
Okay. But you see how the sister, you see how the elder came into the chat with her feminine grace, even though she didn't agree with me, she was very respectful. This ain't rocket science. This shit is not rocket science. See, they don't like. See, they like to see. This is the thing I don't like about the modern woman. They say on one hand they say we want leaders, but when men show leadership and show aggression, oh he's abusive. Oh he's this. No, I'm just a fucking man.
So
I'm not disrespectful.
So this is why I think this is why I say you wrong, because for some. Well, you gonna say it's probably.
Let's ask the elder, Miss Ma'am. Did I say anything that was wrong when I addressed your point? Did I say anything that needs to be corrected? If so, please.
No, you didn't. You didn't at all. You didn't say. You express an opinion. It's just more of a masculine opinion than.
It's going to be masculine.
So I mean, it'll be It may be offensive to the ladies.
So let's pause. So what did I say that was offensive? Let's talk about it.
It's not. It's more of maybe it's an overall feeling that women are inferior. It comes across as women are more inferior than men, and so therefore you know everything, and she doesn't know anything. And she's left. I'm just saying that's the way it comes across.
Respectfully, ma'am.
Can I jump in right there, Ella?
Hold on, I got you. I got to respond though. Right. This is the problem. I never said none of those words you said, ma'am. I never said women were beneath anything. I said that based on the way that I said we can't control women. I said that the way that they're acting, we've seen that we rather not deal with them. That's not me imposing anything. See, women, when they respond to men who speak adamant, when a man has the audacity, because it's our fault, we've allowed women to be the backbone and the spokesperson for our community for so long that when a man has the audacity to speak with passion, and he knows, he feels what he's saying, it comes off like he's being aggressive and all that. I never mentioned none of those words you mentioned, but when women hear words, they respond to what it feels like instead of what I actually said.
So
I never said none of those things. It just felt like I said.
So how do women take what other panelists say better than the way you said it? Because
easy. Listen to what I actually said and respond.
Can I jump in real quick? Can I jump in? I need to point out something. Is that right there what you just did? How you jumped, like your words meant more than hers by jumping in while she was talking, and you not even recognizing that you're doing it in real time. And when she was talking there earlier, you was waiting for her to just pause so you could just take over the conversation. That makes it seems like the feeling of that you have a superiority over her is what
all of that is feelings. But that's just feelings. Feelings.
No, but that's the way it. But that I'm saying that's the way it comes across because I kept trying. But you kept saying just because women were educated, that didn't mean they came out and were better human beings or better wives or something. Something to that effect. You were saying that, and I kept saying to you. So you mean men, it comes across the same way as men, but you wouldn't say that. You kept saying women were not being better wives. And I'm saying when you communicate, your communication is always in a denigrative way towards women. It's not. It's
just that women are. I'm sorry because I'm not gonna let people put words in my mouth because I'm a very.
She didn't put words in your mouth.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said the way it comes across. I'm saying the way it comes across. When I hear these talking points, it's more of the man is smarter than the woman. The man has to lead. The woman shouldn't be making those decisions. She's not smarter than me. That's how you come across.
I'm sorry. I am interjecting. I'm sorry. But this is my
issue. There's nothing wrong with the way they feel. It's the way they feel. It's the way you communicate. So it's your communication
program. Black women today are programmed to not hear men that are black.
You're doing it again.
Because you're doing it right now. You just said
I'm not doing anything. I'm just telling you.
All right. Am I bugging PJ?
I got a question.
I'm just telling you how you.
I got a question.
So hold on. Before your question, PJ, can you
just kiss your ass? And I'm not there.
Before you ask your question, PJ, can you talk on that interaction that you say that she was expressing his communication style was how it was making her feel, and he was being disruptive of her feelings and saying, "I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Tell you what I said."
I never even say
what I witnessed. What I witnessed is, I believe you kind of led the witness a little bit, Sharon. And so you kind of activated some thoughts that may have not been there. I'm not saying that she didn't already have her mind fixated on what she may have felt or what she perceived, but you kind of, she didn't mention those words until you came and threw a little spice in the recipe. You see what I'm saying? She didn't mention those words. She had only said, it wasn't what you said. No, I just didn't feel as though the whole energy.
I was already there. I had listened to Philosophical before. And then I said, wait a minute, this is kind of degrading to women, what is coming across. As though
I'm gonna repeat my point because you definitely just remixed and DJ Khaled the hell out of my shit. I'm saying this is the last time I'm gonna say it because you said I said men are smarter than women. You said you felt like I felt. You all you said was how what I said made you feel, but you never reiterated or responded to what I actually said. What I actually said was education is a benefit for Black people, male and female. It is something that we both are you listening? Are you following me? Education is something that advances both of us because we live in a world where economics and a lack of skills reign supreme. You have to get educated, whether it be formally, whether it be a trade, whether it be a class, whether it be a certification. So education helps the human being, period. What I said was, let me finish. What I said was, when it comes to Black women, education doesn't oftentimes equate to them being better wives. That does not equate to me saying that I'm smarter than her. Because
and then I said,
hold on. Because
what about the man?
If she's educated, she's obviously smart. I'm saying that sometimes those smarts don't equate to a fulfilling relationship. The example I gave was Brownsville. He is with a beautiful family, and I can vouch for his family is he has a very beautiful family.
Right.
His wife is educated. He said, I have an educated wife, and we're married. The point I made to him was those skills that your wife had as a woman, she had prior to going to school. School perfected the skills she already had. But oftentimes, men and women, based on our upbringing, we're not taught how to be men or women. So what I'm saying is school doesn't necessarily make us better mates. It might make us better workers. It might make us better people that are accomplishing personal goals. But oftentimes, more so with the sisters, it doesn't make them better wives. How does me saying that equates to me saying they're beneath me and they're not smart? Please answer.
Because you added more into it as you
said it the first time.
You didn't say men. You didn't say anything about men and education not making them.
Well,
you said women.
So answer that now.
So I'm saying that goes for both, and that's why I kept saying you mean men too, right? You mean men. Education don't make men acceptable husbands and fathers too, right?
We're not saying that, but we're not saying that education makes us better husbands and wives and husbands. Y'all are saying that education makes y'all valuable. We're not saying that. So I don't have to say that because that's not our argument. That's your talking point. Women are online saying, I'm educated, hear me roar. I don't hear me saying I'm educated, so I need to be with it. We're not saying that.
Can I jump in? I
want to jump in so bad.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Here's a problem, Ella. So you said in the beginning that HQ was soft and she's being pleasant and all that.
She still is.
But you are not.
I'm a man.
You're
I'm
not
not
being
being
pleasant.
rude, though. I'm just being a man. I don't have to be pussyfooting. I'll let y'all do that. We got room for everybody. That's your role. I'm not taking that role. I'm coming respectful, but I'm being me and I'm being real. I'm not being that because one thing I know, what women say they want online and what they deal with in real life is two different scenarios. Now I know the difference.
So now, how can a woman discern from a man that is going to treat her properly and a man that's just going to chastise her and say, shut up, I'm right and you wrong? How she's going to be able to tell the difference? Because if HQ is coming in, if HQ came in as a soft woman and you still talking to her aggressively, you don't give a fuck if she's soft or if she's aggressive, you're going to still be the same tone no matter what the woman is. What incentive does women have to actually be soft with her man?
No. It's just that Black women are used to Black men being straight, submissive boys. That if we show anything else, you gotta understand something. When we act like I'm not doing nothing, I ain't smacking nobody, I ain't cutting, I'm just talking with authority. I ain't cursing nobody out of nothing. This is nothing. Grandpa was way worse than this. So if the fact that this is a lot, the fact that talking like this is soul shaking to Black men and women shows you how far we've fallen as men and how far they've fallen from being able to deal with real men. Because this is not nothing. The fact that
this
is so much.
This is not.
They're not compatible with men anymore. They're compatible with boys. They're not.
I wanted to ask a question, and I think it will open up the door for Claudette to speak.
Thank
Claudette,
you. Yes, sir.
Okay, so, ma'am, would you like to be referred to as HQ?
Say that one more time.
I'm sorry, Claudette. I'm talking to HQ. So, HQ, the question is twofold, and it'll be for you first. And so that question is first, what do you feel like you require from a man just throughout your experience? What do you require from a man for the relationship to be successful? And how do you feel like that differs from the modern day woman?
Okay, for one, here's the problem. It's competition. There's no mutual agreement. You understand? Having an education, which is, if a woman goes to college, she's going to college for what she's majoring in, or what she's, going to college for. But having common sense, morals, respect is totally different. I know every last one of y'all on this panel. The Cosby Show. Think about it. You got Clara Huxtable and you got her husband. She's an educated woman. She's a lawyer. Think about that. Is she aggressive to her husband? No. She speaks softly. She don't cuss, none of that. You understand? Now, it doesn't make any sense because it's making it into a monolith. The fact that I hear not you, Ilisafko, or any other man on the panel anywhere to say that black women or educated black women aren't good wives. But from what I'm getting out of that is the fact that maybe it's because you think that because she's educated, she's high-minded. She thinks she's better than that man. You understand? I'm just there. I could be. Yes, sir.
Can I go after Miss Louise?
I'm gonna go in.
Shut up. But I know to illustrate. Well, I'm sorry, my voice is messed up.
I like Louise Jefferson.
Everybody was saying that. But listen, my voice be like that because my son got unalived. My 15-year-old son. I lost my voice ever since then because I was screaming up top of my lungs. So please forgive my voice. But I get what your name HQ saying, and I do get what Philosophical saying. I get all of that. So we have to really stop talking about the problems and start talking about the solutions. What are the solutions to this? Because for a minute, since forever, other races of people, and especially who, been putting this image, this degenerate image of us all the time. And you know what we do? We use it against each other. We do. We gotta stop that. It gotta be a solution. I don't.
So this is.
Hold up. Before you go, I just want to respond to two things you said. I'm gonna say it again. Education does not make women bad. I just think based on how black men and women are raised, we have certain, but we're behind the 8 ball sometimes because we don't have the proper guidance. So sometimes education doesn't equate to women being better wives. The example you made of the Huxtables, that was a television show. It's not reality. That's for one. For two, it was so far from our reality that when that show was on television, black people was saying, I can't relate. So the fact that they couldn't relate to a Clara Huxtable type scenario shows you that in real life, that's not the scenario that they're getting. That doesn't mean education isn't the key. That doesn't mean education shouldn't be important. We're saying that hasn't been proven. Like I read the data earlier. They said in 1965, 7% of our population was educated. Now, Sharon made a good point. It was different social dynamic. Things were different. I concur. However, education is education. It's always in demand. But it wasn't the telltale sign that made us stay together together now. We was married at a higher rate without education than we were with it. We were more united under duress than we are with freedom. So everybody keeps saying, what's the solution? What's the solution? You're the solution. There's plenty of solutions all the time. The fact that we can't get the solution because there's blockages in how we assess information. I literally was on this panel saying something, and then when it was repeated back to me, it was something I never said. You can't change how people perceive information. If I tell you this wall is white and you say it's black, what can I do about it? It's something. At the end of the day, women got to be real about this. Because certain men was over top abusive, whether it be your grandmother, your grandfather, uncle, for whatever reason, women have an extreme sensitivity to assertive men, and they try to flip it back on us and say we have a. I know what you're saying, Sharon. You try to flip it back on us and say, well, men have a they turned off by assertive women, but assertion from women doesn't come off the same as assertion from men. A man should be assertive to a degree. He shouldn't be disrespectful. He shouldn't be domineering. But assertion is a masculine trait. It's not necessarily a feminine trait. So the answer to women is not trying to be like us. And that seems to be their answer. Well, we're going to just get on your level and we're going to just be like you. The only people that I see trying to compete with the opposite sex is the women. I rebut? Trying to compete with men. Women definitely trying to compete with us.
Can I rebut?
Of course.
Yeah, Ali speaks the same way as you do, and he isn't assertive and offensive either. And I still find offense with what he says. So it has nothing to do with what way you present it. It has to do with what you say. It's a denigrative way that you speak to a woman as though she's not as smart, as though she's not as capable, as though she's not allowed to make decisions. And women don't like that. It just
the fact that you took that from what I said, with all due respect, it shows there's something wrong with the way you perceive information. I'm sorry, I got to say that. Because nothing I said equates to that.
No, because you don't understand how you come across. Because you don't understand how you come across.
Hold on. It's the thing I know about black women. Black women are very turned on by sensational speech and all that shit Sharon is doing. Y'all feed into that. But I
I'm not. No, I'm not. I just said I'm just saying what you communicated.
Nothing I said equates
according to you. I'm saying
according to PJ. And if you don't agree with me, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I don't agree with the way don't agree the way.
Any man that speaks assertively that's saying, "Hey, sister, you need to change," is going to be deemed a certain way because it's convenient to do that today.
I just said Ali is very personal when he speaks. You and him say the same thing, and yet both of what you're saying is offensive. So it has nothing to do with presentation.
Because it's just not putting you on a pedestal. But I didn't say nothing offensive. It was just
I didn't say that.
I mean, a woman taking that.
Hey, can we have HQ answer the question? Can we have HQ answer the question?
What? Well, I'm sorry. The question about what type of woman or what type of relationship?
I ain't even got to speak
yet.
The
question was. Oh, go ahead, Ali.
Go ahead, Ali.
No, so this is the problem with relationships in real life. I don't know how much Illuminati paying Sharon to act like this, and say this stuff, because even Sharon said women ask for traditional men, but he said, bitch, you ain't traditional. He agrees that women are traditional as well too. But women like the way Sharon gets as aggressive or assertive as philosophical. It's the thing that y'all like Sharon. You like what he says and you like that he panders. What Ella said was facts. You can look up data. Women who are higher earning, women who are more educated are more likely to get divorced. They're less likely to get married. So when they do get married, they're more likely to get divorced, and they're less likely to have children than low income earning women. So it ain't about making it feelings. It's about facts. But if it hurts your feelings, then you're gonna have a problem with it. If I'm telling you not to go outside, and I'm just saying I'm be assertive. And then you go, oh, I'm in my feelings. I don't want to go outside. Who has the problem? If I'm telling you not to go outside because it's a fire outside, who has the problem? You being your feelings? No, I feel like I should still go outside, or me telling you not to go outside based on reality. Our women and the men who acquiesce to the women are living in their feelings. You know that if men talk just like Sharon, it's appealing to you, HQ. If I said the same thing Sharon said, women to drop their drawers all day long, even though I can get women to drop their drawers without having to do what Sharon does. But Sharon has admitted it himself that women are not traditional as well too. And it don't make me, we got videos now, Sharon, we play clips. He said, bitch, you ain't traditional either. He said it. Women don't want to come home and cook and clean. They coming home to cats and dogs. But he flips it to go for a show, and it's okay because he's good at it. He's very good at it. Him and Brown's been very good at it. But he is essentially telling men to acquiesce to women. He also tells men to respect all women, but then he turns around and tells women just to respect their man. They don't tell women to respect women collectively. But guess what? Then Sharon can tell y'all what to do. There's Ace Metaphor can tell y'all what to do. Derek Jackson, whatever his name is, can tell y'all what to do. It's when they're appealing and you like what he says, you will let him correct you or tell you what you want to hear. But when you don't like the man, or when he's actually standing on manhood, a type of man you can't run over, and he has principles, that's the kind of man that offends you. Because our women today are offended by everything. Offended by everything, but they're ashamed from nothing. You're not ashamed of anything.
And know why? And I want you
They
to go,
follow
PJ.
the path
This
of
is
least
why.
resistance.
This is why. PJ, you could jump in at this. This is why. Due to feminism, the black church,
sexual liberation,
and docile men, black women have become incompatible with real masculinity. I ain't just talking about a man who's an earner. I'm talking about real, authentic masculinity. Black women are incompatible with that now, because I ain't said nothing crazy. I'm speaking with authority, and I'm asserting myself. And all I said was education sometimes doesn't necessarily make her a better wife. You heard that and heard, I'm better than women. I think women are. I'm smarter than them. You heard all the things I've never said. But that's how black women, like I said, women wear their heart on their sleeves. Women wear their heart on their ears. They respond to what it felt like you said, not what you actually said. And you just proved that. PJ, jump in.
But absolutely.
Go ahead, Sharon. Illumina, I don't know how much they paying you. I'll pay more, Sharon.
I wanted to get HQ to answer that question. I think it would help a lot of the women get to some type of basis.
Brothers up out of there. You see them on the ropes. You see them. We understand you trying
to change the subject.
Ain't nobody on the ropes.
No, but hold on. You and HQ have to disprove what he said. All he said was that it's harder for these women to be in relationships. It's harder for them to get married. And the data shows high earning women and educated women are less likely to get married. Sharon, this is the truth. And they're more. And if they get married, they're more likely to divorce.
That's not true. So you're looking at the statistics wrong. That's number one, right? Number two, you said it already, right? You are not willing to change the way how you are perceived by women. You want to be stubborn in a way. You want to be who you are, and you don't give a fuck how nobody else receive you. Even the woman that possibly love you. Y'all even saying the woman that you love, if she looks at you and say, "Hey, babe, you making me feel a certain way," you're like, "I don't give a fuck how I make you feel. What did I say, bitch?" That's what you come off of. You don't realize it because you don't purge.
You and HQ keep doing. Who said that?
Coming in on the words part, but I forgot that I just said you make the woman feel a certain way. This is why the conversation earlier when we were talking about taking out the garbage. I'm not going to say because she told me to take out the garbage.
Sharon, you gotta stop doing that, bro. Sharon,
I didn't. But this is what I'm telling you. I'm explaining to you, right? Why women come across and look at you that way. You look at yourself. But you really coming across as being misogynistic to women. You not look like you don't. I'm trying to explain it to you instead of you listening to how you are being received by other people. You are so caught in your own ego. Say, I don't give a fuck about what you saying or what you see. I know what I said. Right, so you're not being self-aware of how you make it other people how they feel about your interaction with the other person.
Hey, Sharon, if you and Illa went to the club, right now, who would get a woman first?
I have no idea.
No. I'm actually, hey, PJ. I ask HQ. If him and Illa went to the club, who you think would pick up a woman first? Honestly,
I'm gonna say Illa like 6'4".
Illa, huh? Sharon. See what I'm saying? This is what I mean. Women will say anything they can to appeal to the guy that's saying what they like to hear when she knows it'd be the last person he picked if they do that. Why would it be? How could it be so off look? Sharon, how tall are you?
It doesn't matter, right?
So, no, it matters to women because they say
it does not matter to women.
So women. So hold on, Sharon, hold on. When you say it doesn't matter, then you flip flopping off your own talking point. When you say women want their acquiescence, and HQ says it too, want 20% of the men. So let's not flip that.
Can I rebut?
Hold on, we gotta guess.
Y'all running. Y'all on the ropes and running.
Hold on. You moved into three different.
Hey, Sharon, look at you laughing. You look. You see that smirk?
I don't need no super chats. I mean, I do. I like them. But I don't need no sugar bums. I don't need none of y'all to agree with nothing I'm saying. The fact is the fact. I ain't disrespect nobody. The fact remains that if you are a brother who has the audacity to unapologetically speak your truth without pandering, black women are incompatible with that dynamic.
For a relationship,
I just want to be clear because I know when I start talking, y'all always jump in. Y'all do not allow me to finish. I was talking when y'all. Okay.
Damien's here. And
I was talking when y'all both interrupted me.
I know, but hold on, because you got the whole army of women in your chat. So you got Xerxes.
Wait, can I rebut? Please, can I rebut, please?
We need some reinforcement. Because I'm a woman army. I don't know help. But if I just happen to be on the side of the truth, I'm sorry.
Can I rebut?
Most people that are not popular. Most people who moved the masses were not popular. The same people who praised Jesus crucified him years ago. They asked the people, who y'all want, Jesus or Barabbas? They said Barabbas. So I don't care what the people think. The people ain't never moved me. So let's talk to Damien. Damien's in the chat. Damien brought receipts. Brother Damien, thanks for coming to the platform. You're definitely respectful.
What's going on, Damien?
Hey,
what's up, y'all?
Do I get to respond or I can't respond?
Of course, but I want Damien to jump in there. Go ahead.
I just want to just kind of agree and disagree both of y'all. This is what I'm going to say, and this is how I'm going to do that. Is that what you said is true? Just because somebody goes to college does not necessarily mean that you're going to have a more likely to be a successful wife, especially if you're looking for a traditional wife. I mean, more likely they won't be at home cooking. They won't be at home because they'll be out, creating their own situation, and they'll be working. They'll be trying to build their own course of action. It's like, it's not impossible, but it's more likely that that's not going to be a situation. It's going to be more of a 50-50 situation going on. But to push back on something Ali said, you said this point before that women who are educated are more likely to get divorced. That is not a true statement.
Y'all keep saying that, and it is a true statement.
I put the receipts in the back. If Illa want to pull up what I just put in the back, this is a study by the divorce rate it's called the Center for Divorce Education. It said that actually people with bachelor's degree are less likely to get divorced than people with high school diplomas.
It said what?
That people who have bachelor's degrees are less likely to get divorced than people with just high school diplomas.
Okay. Is it talking about people or women?
Well, people, women, people.
No, see? Damien, you gave him stats on people. You're not giving stats on just focusing on the women. So I'll get the one for the woman for you.
Hold on a second. There's a difference between you said they're most likely to get divorced. I'm not saying who's most likely to file if they get divorced, but I'm saying if 100 people are getting divorced, 100 people are married, and 10 of them get divorced, and of those 10, 7 of them are women, that doesn't mean that's still only 7 people getting divorced. It's not 50 people, 50% of them are getting divorced. I'm just saying, it's like, I think what happens is when you don't give the context, it can make it seem like you're saying if women get divorced, if you're educated and you get married, you're more likely to get divorced than a woman who's uneducated. That's what it comes off as you're saying, not percentage of the women who are getting divorced. If you educate, you're more likely to file for divorce. That's a true statement. But if you don't give context, it can become off as misleading.
It's not misleading though. It's the lower earning woman out marries and out babies, out families. The higher earning woman, higher earning woman typically has fewer children and gets married less likely. And if she gets married, she's more likely to divorce. It's true. There's no falsehood in it.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau, the divorce rate for bachelor's degree or higher is 25.9%. And let's go to high school diploma or less. The divorce rate for individual high school diploma was 38.8%. So people who aren't educated are getting divorced at a higher rate than people who are a higher percentage than people who are educated. So you can't make having education is not a precursor of higher divorce rates.
But if we're talking about adding context, then we have to also.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you go, PJ. I'm sorry. I just want people to conflate my argument. I'm not saying what Ali's saying. What I'm saying is education is not a prerequisite when it comes to women. That I agree. They like to say when we bring up research, they say, well, black women, they're leading education, which they probably are. All I'm saying is I'm not talking about once you're married, who stays divorced or not. That's not my point. My talking point is just because you're educated, that does not mean that it makes you more fit to be a wife. That's all I'm saying.
That's a true statement. That's a true. There's no disagreement with that. Education is not a precursor for healthy relationships.
She took that statement that me saying that, and she said that sounds like you're smarter than women, you're demeaning women, and that's my problem with the woman's ability to misinterpret what men say because they don't like how he says it.
Can I rebut?
I didn't say that. When I said that, that's what it was equated to. You think you're better than women, you're talking down on women, and that's not what I did.
This is insane.
It is insane.
Yeah, that's a
true statement.
Tells you that was not the totality of what you said. You said other things too. That you said other things added with that particular argument that made it seem as though you were denigrating women. You just said education does not mean a woman. It makes a woman a good wife. And I said twice. What about the man? That doesn't make him a good husband. That doesn't make him a good father. But
and
you never reiterate that.
That's an argument. Women do. We don't say because I have a degree and because I make ABC, that means I'm the greatest husband. Even when we bring up relationships,
I've never actually did it with Steph Curry. You did it with Steph Curry.
Can I ask HQ a question? And this is where
he used his money and his status to say he was a good man.
Ali said, we don't have a problem with facts. We have a problem with how you interpret those facts.
It's your feelings.
You interpret those facts.
Your feelings are the problem. Yes. Your feelings are the problem. No, Damien is saying what you want to hear. Damien does the same thing Sharon does. He's appealing to what I want to hear. To make you feel more confident. But even with our women, I'm talking 18 minutes.
My bad.
He didn't do that. There's nothing wrong with what Damien said. What he said was true. He didn't pander to anybody. See, we gotta see this, but I'm not gonna let nobody do. We can't be extremists on either side. We don't have to agree. We just can't put words in people's mouth. I don't need you to agree with me, but I'm not gonna let nobody remix my words because of how it made you feel. I don't care. Your feelings is feelings. All I gotta do is just not be disrespectful, not call you out the name, but just respond to what I said and not equate my words with your feelings.
I did respond to what you said. I did respond.
Ella, the reason why that's not fair, Ella.
I did respond to what you said, and I said you came across as misogynistic.
Yeah, based on what? Based on how you felt.
Different things.
Let me try HQ. I'm gonna try one more thing. So Ella, the same way how we could be walking down the street and somebody could say, "What's good with you?" Right, and we could take that as aggressive. And all he had to say as an excuse to say, all I actually was good with you.
I don't think that
words I said. I didn't mean I wanted to.
We're on a panel with intelligent people who grown as hell. This is not 145th and Broadway. We are all grown as hell.
All I want to say, I would
nice points. And if we want to pretend to be children, that's the choice.
So, follow with me.
Let me ask HQ a quick question, and Sharon, if you want to jump in, you can too. HQ, I just got to say, and I need you to be 100% transparent. Do you feel like he said that Illa said something that you didn't agree with or you found offensive? So do you feel like anything that he would have said over that, no matter if it wasn't, no matter what said, you would have taken offense to it, or you looked at it as a negative way because you've already had a negative bias based on something he might have said that offended you?
No, I took his words. I took what he said. And he said he had that slant for women, but he did not have the same criticism for men. So I was like, okay, that's one statement that he's not putting it on both sides. He's just putting it on the female side. And then he said something else. And I was like, wait a minute. You making it seem as though women can't think for themselves. Women aren't as intelligent. It comes across that way in what he said, the three statements that he said. I'm just saying how it came across to me. I'm saying.
I know it came across like that to you because
you're just saying. See, you don't know. You don't know
mind control. You women are under mind control,
but you don't understand the way you're talking.
You are only compatible with passive rhetoric. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Because
that's why Damien's smiling. Because it's true. I'm just one of the rare dudes in the space that's going to tell you. That's the only difference. I'm going to tell you.
But here's the thing. What do you mean tell me?
Clearly, I'm going to do it. Because I didn't say anything disrespectful.
Man, I've been holding my question for an hour.
Hold on. I'm going to shut up. This is the difference. This is the problem. You keep bringing up the men. I said earlier, if anybody don't know nothing about black culture, from a distance, I don't care if they're from Peru, Somalia, Japan. If they don't know nothing about black American culture, they can tell you that black men have a lot of issues. So black men's problems are highly documented. They're not missing in the conversation. It's always been at the forefront of the issues in the black community. They always started with the lack of behavior or the lack of decorum, the lack of fatherhood, the lack of income, the lack of everything with black men. So let's stop pretending that no one knows what's wrong with black men. The mystery that has been revealed recently was the role that the women have been playing. So let's please stop being immature and acting as if no one has ever brought up black men's issues in the history of this country. That's bullshit. Yep. PJ,
you just did it again. You just did it again.
My question was,
you don't even know what you don't even know that you're doing it.
I had a question
again, and
I had a
don't like
it because y'all gonna keep going in circles with that conversation.
Hold on. So the reason why we keep going in circles with that conversation, because when we see it, none of us men are correcting it, right? I'm attempting to correct it, but he's falling under the pretense that I'm pandering, right? Even though PJ sees the reason why this is going in circular, because he's not respecting HQ's feelings of what his words is affecting her. Because I even gave him an example of somebody could say something that didn't say, "Hey, do you want to fight me?" But we could interpret it and say, "Oh, this person is coming at me aggressively in a fighting manner," and that person could easily say, "Hey, I didn't say I wanted to fight you. Why you punch me in my face?" Right? So this is what Illa is using. He's not realizing that he's saying, "But I didn't say nothing disparaging to you. Yes, I'm talking down to you. Yes, I'm talking to you like you lesser."
Women are immature. We women are immature. We don't know how to handle situations. We don't know how to be immature. What you did? You just said that.
Sharon, I don't think you can blame Illa for how she might have received it. I think if she wanted clarification, she said, "Well, what do you mean by that?"
No,
what did he just say?
That's the easiest way to have any to prevent any type of miscommunication or any kind of.
Hold on.
Yeah, the easiest way to do it, like just like how you just gave the example of Sharon. Hold on, let me finish get this out. Now stop. What you call it? It's like just like you said.
This is what I'm saying. He just did it. He just said, just because we have immature women or we have women who can't seem to stand what we're saying, he's denigrating women and he don't understand that's what he's doing.
No, that's how you're receiving it, because you're proving my point. You being very childish. That's semantics. We grown as hell. I'm
call it out.
I'm not immature. I'm not childish.
I'm not dealing with no little ass kids. Damien, go ahead, Damien.
Like I said, it was just like you can't like the easiest way to avoid all this miscommunication is when somebody says something and you feel like you get triggered by it or you're gonna feel some kind of way. You could just say, "What are you saying? What did you mean? This is what I heard." You can have these clarifications to make sure there's no miscommunications.
and people are receiving what you're saying accurately, because it gives you a chance to rephrase it, and you might be like, hey, maybe I said it in a way that's offensive, or you're not hearing what I'm really trying to say. So let me phrase it in a way that that you might understand it better, so we don't start off on like a negative foot or whatever. But Illa, you can add on to that too, though. I like you just said, you being childish and stuff like that.
It's a show. I mean, I'm a big myself, but I ain't
so it's like there's points where it can. There's points where you can keep things going and have that good faith conversation, but then there's points where either person can say something and then the good faith conversation is out the door. You ain't having.
I got a question though. I've been trying to get this question off. HQ. The question was, what do you feel like? What do you feel like are the qualities or characteristics that you feel like through your experience has made for successful relationships, or has created the most successful situations, and how does that differ from the modern woman?
Well, you have to have a level of maturity where you understand that both parties are individual human beings who have goals and aspirations outside of each other. My goal as a woman cannot just be your happiness, and your goal cannot just be my happiness. We have our individual happiness, and then we have our relationship happiness. Okay, so you have to understand as individual people that I have to fulfill whatever's inside of me for me to be whole and wanted on this planet. You cannot say as a man, the only thing she needs to do is cook and clean and make sure this is done. See, I feel incomplete. When you say that to me, I feel like you're telling me I'm not worth pursuing anything outside of you and outside of children and outside the house other than that. When I hear a man say that to me, and I think that's what modern women are saying, when they hear men say, well, I just want you to cook, clean, and take care of me, that means you're making her goals and her personal aspirations less than yours, and that's not how the women these days work. Women these days want to have their own accomplishments in this world outside of you, and if that encompasses having a marriage and children, then so be it. But you also have to understand she's an individual person, right?
Have you seen? So is it that men tried to suppress that?
So big.
You said what?
Is it your experience that men have tried to suppress you having individuality or having your own aspirations? Is your experience that men have tried to suppress a woman having that, saying that you can only cook and clean, or is that just some qualities we require just a woman to come on board with? Not saying that you're limited to cooking and cleaning, but just that, okay, go to school for arts and crafts, go to nursing, go to whatever you want to do, cook and clean.
See, it's interpreted as curbing her natural, it's interpreted that way. Modern women interpret it that way. They interpret it as you're trying to stifle the individuality that I have, all that I can be. It's sort of like I have a little water in my tank and I want my water to be filled all the way up to my neck, but you only want to fill me to a certain extent by being a mother or a wife. And I am more than just a mother and a wife. I'm not saying that's not fulfilling to some women, but to most women it's not as fulfilling as if they could do something personal on their own outside of a man. Okay.
But if a man's not suppressing that, what would be what's the blockade that women feel like they're not getting in a relationship?
Because most men say they want a wife to be a wife and a mother and this. And then they don't say, well, I want you to be fulfilled and happy and content within your own self and what you can accomplish. They don't say that. They just say, well, I want you to be a wife and a mother. They don't say, hey, get your degree, get your law degree, become a fulfilling person, and then we can come together as a relationship or a partnership, and then we can make this be or we can be fulfilled on this end, and you can be fulfilled on this end, and we can come together and make a fulfilling relationship.
So
most
the actual
men think
question,
a woman would be happy just to be a wife and a mother. We're not happy to just be wives and mothers.
so the question was actually what qualities or characteristics can a man approach, or do you feel a man needs to possess, or what actions he should take to have that successful relationship? Because what I'm trying to ask now is, how do we get to a point where you are satisfied? We understand what turns you guys off, what makes you guys, no longer attracted. But what are the things that you feel like, okay, those are the key things that I needed to see. Okay, whatever it may be, a certain amount of income, a certain amount of just personal assets, a house, car, whatever it may be. What are the things that you feel like, okay, this is all we're trying to get, meet us at that level?
Okay. Relationships these days, it's because women, let's be clear, the feminist movement is what torpedoed marriage as we know it, as we have known it. Okay, that is what torpedoed it, because when women figured out that the marriage was because a woman needed protection from a man, needed his support, needed the money that he could make. That is why women got married. Okay, they got married because of those reasons. Now they don't need to be married because of those reasons, which means you have to come to the table with something that's going to be meaningful for them. Telling them that you just want them to be a wife and a mother is not meaningful to the modern day woman. She wants to be fulfilled. So when you say, hey, I want to get married, you have to come to the table with just the same amount of commitment and level of purpose that she does. You walk to the table and you say, hey, I want to be a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer yet. I don't make that kind of money, but that is my aspirations and my goals. And she says, hey, I want to be a designer. I'm not a designer yet. I don't make that kind of money, but that's my aspirations and goals. But normally the man will say, after that, he'll say, well, I'm looking for a wife and a mother. And automatically in that female modern woman's head, she says, oh shit, he want me to cook, clean, and stay at home. And I ain't never gonna be able to be I'm never gonna be the artist that I want to be if I stop and be a wife and a mother. Okay, that's more of a commitment. That's more of a commitment than being just a mother. See, that child has
I'm so glad
the child has the child has no restraint on a woman. She can have as many children as she wants, but that child has no decision making, doesn't hold her back in decision making. She can do whatever she wants if she just has children. But if she has a man, she has to follow his particular program of what he wants to be done in that relationship. And she's going to feel restrained. And most women, modern day women, are going to feel restrained because you don't come to the table and say, I want you to be everything you want to be, and I want to be everything that I want to be, and then let's make that happen. That's not what men are doing.
But how are women feeling constrained because they're looking?
Can I also
women
jump in
are
real quick?
tradition.
Can I jump in real quick? Is that okay? Can y'all hear me? Or is my mic muted?
We can hear you, Sharon.
Oh, because I swear, can we at least shout out, because it's about to be 2 a.m. Can we shout out to the 180 people that's here rocking out with us? Make sure you
appreciate y'all.
Damn, it's 180 people watching.
I just want to say this though, because I ain't trying to even be up too much longer. But I'm gonna just say this. To me, she just articulated very eloquently why it won't work. Because what she just explained is the redefinition of marriage. That's all the shit she said ain't gonna do with marriage. She's talking about me, selfishness, my desires, what I want. And that's awesome. But that mindset is not conducive for a marriage. What women are attempting to do is redefine what a marriage looks like in a world where marriage looked a certain way for thousands of years. You can do that, but you're going to do it by yourself.
Yes, and that's what women are doing. Women are going by themselves.
And I don't.
And,
I would actually.
women are getting everything that they want except the ring. They're getting everything that they
I
want.
want to ask you. Can I ask you a question?
That's it.
I just want to ask a question. It's you know, like I said, I've been married for a long time. So, but I be on these streets and I hear people, but I don't think men are men really going up to women and saying, "I just want you to be a wife and a mother." I don't see that coming out of because I don't think modern men aren't doing that because the classic traditional role household is a rarity. Now it's more of a 50-50 dynamic going on, give and take. A relationship of decisions are made in chorus of like, you know, we agree on this and that's how we move. So I find it just kind of hard to think men are just saying, I need you to be just like this, because that's just not a realistic way to view any type of relationship. But
you're not expressing that.
These women in the space, they evaluate us based on talking points on this fucking computer.
No.
Wow, yes, they do.
I didn't say anything about talking points at all.
I'm talking about you specifically. I'm saying most women, they talk about stuff.
But let's keep it on the conversation that we're having tonight. We doing.
I know, but she just brought up. But listen, Sharon, she brought up points that nobody on the show made. So if she's not sticking to what we're talking about, I don't have to do it either. She brought up talking points that are randomly said in the YouTube world, but we're bringing up what actually happens on the street. Ain't no man saying, like Damon said, it's no man walking up to him and say, "Hey, you cooking, you clean?" Oh, I don't do it. That's what they're saying on YouTube. So what women are doing is women are highlighting a minor talking point based on men in cyber world, while dismissing a major talking point that women are having in reality. That's what's happening.
Because what men are looking for.
When men say traditional wives, traditional marriage, and all the women, and you say that on the panel and you say that in the street,
Damien,
say traditional, that turns women all the way
Hey,
up.
hold on, Sharon. Damien just resolved this issue. No man is ending their marriage because their wife still wants to work. Nobody's ending their marriage because they want their wife to be a stay-at-home mother, but she still wants to go to work. Oh, I'm going to leave her because she still wants to work. This is a bad talking point that HQ was using. Nobody's doing that. You don't know no man on here off here going, yo, why you left your wife? Man, she still wanted to go to work.
So
no, we would let me hold on. No, HQ. We would HQ. Let me finish. Men would prefer their women. Men would prefer their women to have less bodies. Men would prefer their women that do a whole lot of cook, clean. We would prefer a lot of things, right? But we know our women are modern women. Men are still marrying those women, and no one man is leaving their woman because she's still working. So that our HQ, that's a bad argument to keep pushing. And Damien's right on that. Nobody's going, hey, dang man, she still want to work. I'm leaving. Nobody's doing it. And Sharon, you know that nobody's doing that, brothers.
So
like,
why do you think women ain't coming to the table?
And I'm gonna tell you, just let me.
Because what Ilosophical just said. They want to do themselves. It ain't about the appealing. It ain't about what your man want. It ain't about
get married.
Let me look. I didn't cut nobody off.
Y'all are tripping, and I don't know why for the life of me.
No. Sharon, I didn't get to finish for y'all interject. No matter, even if we, Sharon, you do this, Sharon, your talking point bombs on the man who go 50-50. So y'all got to make up your mind. If the man wants to be you and Brownsville say the man that want to be their rim brothers, the men who want 50-50, they're rim brothers too. Damien's fine with the man, both men and women working. HQ, you talk about the 50-50 stuff too. You gotta buy the submission. If a man ain't 100-0, if it's 50-50, you don't get your full submission from you. You say that too. The women
I have never said that.
Yes, HQ. We're gonna have to go find the clips too. All I'm saying is this. Put it this way. Well, let's not make it personal. Sharon knows what I'm talking about too. Women don't submit or listen to the man or cooperate with a lot of men who say 50-50. They want their man to take. Women will say they want the provider. Men don't say the woman just has to stay home and cook and clean. Women are asking for the providers and men to pay all the bills, and you know that. And they still try to acquiesce to it if they can.
Okay, so
go ahead, Sharon. Sorry.
But I think the issue is that men are not recognizing how they come across in communication. Y'all not being self-aware. If somebody is explaining to you the way how you are coming across, you seem like you have an attitude. You seem like you are belittling me. You seem like you are looking past my words. You are waiting to just have an end so you could talk. And that makes the other person feel like they are not seen and heard, and that makes you distasteful to be around. For some reason, y'all saying, I don't care. I'm gonna be who I am because I am men, hear me raw type shit. And that is the reason why you're having problems. That's why a lot of men is having problems with finding a woman, because human beings do not want to be around people that is not self-aware. They want to be enjoy with other people that they enjoy to have conversations with.
Why y'all thinking we don't get women because we do this?
See,
so you contradict.
Yeah. This is crazy. It happened in real time just now.
I can look at this panel. I don't see none of these brothers seem like they got a problem getting women. I'm
my woman upstairs.
My woman in the bed sleep.
My woman upstairs.
See again, so
and I'm sure Illa got something back.
So look, I'm having a conversation, right? And then y'all saying that y'all could get sex from a woman, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. So now I'm gonna go by what
Who said? Yeah, please stop. We in a relationship. I'm in a relationship. Damien's in a relationship. Why are you saying sex?
Jesus Christ. Right. So now y'all want to pimp.
That's a wedding ring.
So what I'm saying is,
that's some real rhetoric.
Hold on.
This is what you do.
Me from talking.
But you doing that rim rhetoric.
I'm gonna come after you.
Y'all stop me from talking. I keep on being paid. I'm having my decorum. I'm not jumping in front of them. I'm not talking over anybody.
Don't do that, Sharon.
I'm not
interjecting. You and HQ cut me off. Go ahead.
Let him go. Go ahead.
This is crazy. So what I'm saying is this: Damien, he just went off a projection of what he feels like what I'm saying, and so that's why he said, "Hey, I don't think none of the men on this panel are having a difficult time getting women." Even though I never personally said that one of y'all have problem getting women. I did not say that, but Damien took what I'm saying. He said, "Hey, what you were saying, it got the reminiscence of whatever that was, right?" And HQ said that from the beginning. That philosophical, the way how he communicates and how Ilkan Ali communicates, it makes her feel like she is belittled. And I'm just using it in real time one more time. Damien says something, he did not use words that I used. He said, Sharon, I don't think nobody on this panel have a difficult time having a woman. And I never said anybody on this panel have that problem.
But if you hold on. Let me respond to this name a couple times.
Did I say something wrong before you?
No. All I'm saying is, but you have to concede that when you're saying y'all are talking, you're like what you have to concede, and I need you to be truthful with this, Sharon. When you said y'all are talking about blah blah blah, you didn't say men are talking. You didn't say I'm hearing. You said y'all, which is direct reference and. A logical person would infer that you're meaning the people who are you having the discussion with when you say y'all are
reminiscing.
So you reminiscing. Oh no! I know I said y'all, but I was talking about the y'all that's down the street. I'm not talking about y'all that I'm having a direct conversation with. You can't do that. You can't do that. That is not good faith conversation.
You're the king of that. You're the king of that.
And you also,
because at least miscommunications like it just happened.
And you also said y'all have a problem. You said the way we act could make people not want to be around us, which is assuming that our behavior repels women. When I can't speak for the next man, I don't have that problem. Just because
reminisce on that.
I can be objective, talking about women's issues does not mean I have a problem with attracting them. Because unbeknownst to what women say online, you know what women like about Illa the most? That I'm just the way I fucking am. They like the fact that I don't kiss their ass. They like the fact that I'm objective. That actually gets me women. So I can't speak for the other brothers that women are repelled by their masculinity. But I don't care how women in YouTube world feel about me. In real life, I don't get that problem. But one thing you do, Sharon, that's real slick. You add a lot of words that was never said about men that will trigger the ears of women watching the panel when you remix what we say. Yes, you do. You add in like you repeat because you gotta deal with women. Women look for any type of reason to distract from the point. That's why when people repeat me, and when I repeat people,
especially HQ,
I try to repeat what they said verbatim.
Maybe you don't even hold on. You don't even see how you denigrate women when you talk.
You said I want to listen to you. Fuck that bitch. Fuck out of here. When the women hear you say that, they're going to respond as if I really said that, and I didn't say that. So when we're dealing with women who are very fickle, who look for any reason to jump around the conversation, can we please stick to what was actually said, not what was inferred, or not what it felt like you heard? I never called nobody a bitch. I never said I'm smarter than nobody. I never said none of that. But that's a preacher tactic. Y'all know how to get women sensationalized.
You called women immature.
Stop listening to the main narrative. Y'all are the masters of that shit, and I'm not falling for it.
You said women were immature. You said
I said you were being immature based on the shit you was talking.
And I don't understand where you got that from. And that was insulting, and that's what I said.
Everything I said it was insulting. I don't charge that to the
No,
game.
not everything, just some things.
It is what it is, man. I get it. I know.
So again, he actually did what he accused me. Right? He literally remixed all of my words.
Which one? Which part? Which part did he remix?
So I was having a conversation about, I said the way how Philosophical and Ilkan Ali communicates, right? And then I said the men in these places, y'all men is what I said. I didn't just say y'all. I didn't say y'all on a panel. I said y'all men communicate like this. This is what I said. So this is that. So if we want to go with this exact shit, right? Y'all motherfuckers better lead the way how y'all are communicating. You need to lead by your own fucking words and be exact. Because you was not being exact.
I didn't hear that the men in their spaces part. But
Hey, Sharon. Okay, so Sharon, be a man of your own words. Say exactly what Philosophical said that was offensive. Exactly what he said. Be the man of your words. And HQ2, say exactly what he said that was offensive.
I'll try this again. So he did not say exact offensive words. His demeanor and his tone is offensive. The way how he just talked down on me.
Yo, Sharon, that's crazy.
Wow.
Well, HQ did say calling saying immature was offensive to her. So she did say what she thought was offensive. Whether or not he meant it offensive and when she received it offensive are two different things. So him just stating the fact that his opinion that he that's where it goes back to that. And that's the thing. What is happening is the classical thing of modern relationships.
Different things. HQ is talking about her feelings, and then Sharon talking about words. But then Sharon goes, but then you flip flop, go back to feelings, and HQ goes back to words.
No,
but HQ
because HQ hold on, because
HQ
said the way Philosophical says it is a problem.
Why you
he said I was personable, but what I say is offensive too.
Hey, I call it down the middle, brother. I know. Look,
hold on. Sharon,
I just want more than 5 words.
HQ say the way Illa says it is a problem, but the way I make people feel by what I say is a problem. So she said I'm more personable, but I'm still offensive by what I say. He's offensive by how he make women feel. So either way, whether the delivery or that is wrong, it's offensive. What's not offensive?
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
You haven't. It's
go ahead, HQ. What HQ? Tell me what I say that's offensive.
No, the way you interpret those facts. Those facts are facts. We cannot change those. The way you interpret those facts are offensive. It's different. That's different.
You know what that sound like? You know what that logic remind me of? Your opinion. Oh, your hair is offensive. You know, your dreadlocks. But it's not. It's all about. The shit y'all saying is semantics and subjective. Like it's subjective. You can prove without a shadow of a doubt. I say anything offensive.
Can I please?
Something that I just want to qualify something. HQ
on the pen. I want to ask Damien something. Do you believe you could speak to your wife in a nice, beautiful tone and still be offensive?
Absolutely.
Yes. 100%.
So why are we acting like so? Okay, so let's build on that. So why are why y'all allowing these two men to act like they cannot understand that you don't have to use disparaging words? You don't even have to say something disparaging. I could say nicely, fuck you. That doesn't make it any nicer.
Hold on a second.
But
no. This is what Philosophical. This is what you did. What you did. Hold on. This is what you did. You said this is. I'm giving you an example of what you did. You walk into the room, and then you walk into the room, and your wife put something somewhat over here, but it really belong over here. But she put it over here, but it belong over here. You walk in the room and say, "Let me put this over in the right spot." I know you got confused, so I'll put it in the right spot. That's insulting. That's what you do. That's saying nice stuff, but it's insulting. That's what you do. I'm trying to give you an example of what you did to me tonight. You did it 3 times, just like that. I know you got confused, so let me put it in the right spot. That's
I think
how
what needs to change.
You were confused, so I did put it in the right spot.
I think what needs to change is what needs to change is people saying.
He did it
in real
time, baby. What you just proved is, if I can speak to a woman, you just asked the panel, have you spoken to your woman in a nice tone and she still didn't understand? Everybody said yes. So does that say something about the man or the woman? Does that say something about something that the man needs to change or what the woman needs to change? Because you just admitted that even a soft tone, they were screwed. So what's that about? Who needs to make an adjustment? Okay.
I think what needs to happen is, and I'm a big proponent of this, is you can't say somebody's offensive. You just can't. You have to say, I was offended, because he could say the same thing. I could say the same with somebody else, and they don't give a shit. And they take it the right way. They take it a different way.
He was offensive with what he said.
But there's a difference between like trying to make it seem like it's a definitive statement of this is his personality trait or something. Because you said it about Ali, you said about Illa. It's like, if you're personally offended by something, that's different. But like, hey, I was offended by the way it was presented to me. That's different. But then when you're saying it's offensive, you're making a general statement that mostly or all people will be offended by what he's saying, which may not be the case.
Absolutely.
So
that's not what I said. I said I was offended.
Hold on. I'm confused.
Well, you did say Ali was offensive. You said Ali was offensive. You know.
Okay, so we gotta have a real we gotta stop gaslighting each other, because this is insane. We understand for 100% somebody could be offensive. We know that's a fact. It ain't no such thing as, oh, I took it as offensive. No, somebody can actually 100% be offensive. We know that. We know it is people that is on the news stations all the time. They be offensive on purpose, and they be saying beautiful words that we like, oh, like people like Illa, he'll catch it real quick. Oh, you think you slick, and he'll cook them up later, right? And they would say it beautifully. So it's absolutely a possibility that a human being can be offensive.
Yes, to you, but not to the masses. You can't make a general statement that what anybody was saying was offensive to the masses. You can say to you. You can say, I was offended by what he said. You can't say everybody should be offended. Even if the majority of people would be offensive, you can't make that definitive statement that everybody would be offended. Because I've said stuff where one person has been offended, and then I've said something, the same thing to somebody, and they didn't give a shit. So
it doesn't matter whether it's one person or
three. It was time to talk about what offended you. You didn't say what offended you. You talked
you
about
said
what I said. You didn't repeat it. You added to what I said, and you took my words, and you took my words, and you equated to how it made you feel, and you were offended by the feeling that you created in your own mind. I never said none of those words you said. I never did it. And you can rewind the tape. I never said it. I said education.
You said that
I said education does not make you a better wife, and you took that statement and said, I'm offended. It feels like
you're not listening to what
it sounds like you're talking like you're better than me. That's what you said.
Man,
now you didn't listen to what I said. We
were so close. We were so close to moving forward.
Anybody get disrespect, anybody get cursed down, anybody get called out their name. We just had a passion.
But that's exactly what we're talking about. Just
did
because
he or did he not call me immature?
He did.
That's
and if you're offended by that, you have every right to voice. I'm offended by what you said.
What I said.
Yep.
It was offensive.
And I said what you said was immature, but that's not a saying somebody's immature. You said you explained that's all about yourself. Saying somebody's you said a woman needs to be. I was saying your argument was immature. You said a woman needs to be.
You keep doing it.
I want to ask Damien. I want to ask Damien because maybe he's not gonna understand if I talk to him personally. Damien, if I'm telling you I'm offended by something you said to me, can you now tell me, well, you shouldn't be offended because
No,
I'm asking you a question.
No, I cannot tell you what to and not to be offended by.
Thank you.
But you can't tell the net person next to you, man, he's offensive, isn't he? You should be offended by the things I'm offended by.
That's why I didn't want to.
No, that ain't what I said. I never said nobody.
I'm not going to put myself into. I'm just going to HQ until
But this is what keeps conversations from happening, because I could be offended by you being offended by him. He could be offended by y'all talking the way you talking to him. He don't stop the conversation.
That's not moving, because we almost there. We almost there.
We are there.
Hold on. No. So what I'm saying is that HQ said it out of her mouth. She said that was offensive to me. And then Illa went to try to defend it.
Sharon. Hold on. You say I'm not though. You said we can't communicate properly with women. We could take that as offensive. We could say I'm offended by you saying I can't communicate, but you're fighting more for HQ in her feelings about him saying that she was immature, or just saying period, whatever he's saying. She said it's just outlandish. Everything he's saying is just offensive. Everything he's saying is offensive.
All right, Sharon, guess what? Oh damn, Sharon, I'm gonna help you out a little bit. Let's go a little bit, because Sharon was like, "Why are you letting me do with me, Damien?" I understand. Once HQ said you calling me immature was offensive, at that point, Illa had a choice to make. He could either double down and be like, I don't mean to offend. Here's what I meant by it. Get some kind of clarification or whatever, is to avoid any type of ill feeling. Or you can double down and say, well, you shouldn't be offended because all I'm saying is that. I think that's where the disconnect happened. Once she said, I don't agree with her saying you are an offensive person as a general statement of how people perceive you. But I do agree with saying I'm offended by. No, I'm not saying you did that. I never said you did that, HQ. I'm just saying it's a general statement of opinion. All I'm saying is, but if as soon as she says this is offensive, then at some point you have to say, all right, here's what I meant by it. But you still can't tell her not to be offended. And hopefully when you explain what you meant by it, because you started to do that. I don't mean like immature, like stupid or whatever. You started to explain it. But she had already got to the point where it felt like you were dismissing her offense.
But it makes Illa point from the very beginning of this conversation. This is why men have problems in their relationships. As soon as they go to communicate what they feel about what their woman is doing, she's offended. The conversation is done. She already has a problem with how she feels about what was communicated, instead of him being able to explain to, hey, this is, you asked for the truth. You asked me to communicate, and when I do it, you're offended by it. You care. You're worried. You're more offended by what I'm saying than focusing on why I'm saying, so our relationship can work. And she proved the point, and so did Sharon. Now we're offended. Now this whole conversation is offensive.
People get offended by stuff. People can feel offended by something you
see.
Say.
My point I'm saying before you even move on to that, brother. What I'm trying to say, if you communicate, if your wife is asking for the truth, she's asking for you to communicate. Even what Sharon said, you know what? Communicate even nicer. HQ say I'm more personal. It's still offensive, regardless of what you're saying. If she's offended by it, instead of us communicating what's happening in our relationships, now we're focusing on the fact that HQ was offended. We don't ever talk. Sharon, we're not focusing on the fact that he said men ain't communicating with women appropriately. We could be offended by that, and the conversation stops. This whole we've been spending 30 minutes about the fact, 15 minutes to 30 minutes about HQ being offended. That's what we're talking about.
I think what we're talking about is how to better communicate. I think it's more about how these are some of the barriers that people in relationships have to communicate. They just happen to be the people who did it, but it's a bigger issue. The issue is, what are the barriers to effective communication through men and women? And I think that's what we're talking about now. Like HQ was offended. So the goal is, when you're talking to your woman, and when I'm talking to my wife, I don't go with her when I know her well enough to do things in a way that I can offend her by saying away. But I could say it one way to her that's not offensive, but somebody who doesn't know me or that don't give a shit about me may get offended by. All I'm saying is that what we're talking about. What are the barriers to effective communication?
So can I ask you a question?
Let me just finish the statement. Sure. Okay. Let me finish the statement. And once HQ said I'm offended, then there's the opportunity to say, okay, how can we bring this to make sure that this is an effective communication, and I can make sure you're not offended, because you're not going to hear me if I'm offending you, if you're feeling offended. Don't try to say, hey, don't be offended, because I didn't mean it like that. To say, what did I say that offended you? And here's what I meant by what I said. You can come to
what I mean, but so let me, we're all older men, right? do typically when men in relationships and they love this woman in relationship with women, do men go out their way to offend that woman, or do they try
Absolutely
to communicate it? Do you believe that most men try to communicate in the way that woman can
100%.
receive it? And do
That's
you
what-
believe when he does try to reiterate it again, the way he knows how his woman wants to hear it, he says it. Does she focus more on the fact that she was offended, or she would still say something about how he communicated it?
Well, if he knows his woman, just to go by what you said earlier, he wouldn't say it in the word offensive, so that wouldn't be an issue.
So
it would
that,
be a non-issue
so I'm asking,
of whether
do you think typically in relationships, when the man communicates it that way, the woman is going to find something wrong with how it was said rather than what the man said? That's what I'm asking.
If he's communicating, if they're in a relationship, like I said, I know how to communicate with my wife. My wife doesn't get offended by much I say because I know how to communicate with her. I'm sure Anya doesn't get offended by the things Sharon said because he knows how to communicate with her. I don't see that's an issue if you have worked on your communication.
Right. No, what I'm asking you, that do you think that's the barrier in most relationships, that women are focusing more on how they're feeling about what's being said rather than their man said it, like how they know their woman want to receive it, but she's finding a reason why the communication is.
I'm not trying to be disagreeable. I just don't agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say this, and I'll give everybody the last ladies and we won't jump in. I'm gonna reiterate what I said. I don't. If you was offended by it, that's on you. I never called nobody a name. I ain't telling. It's like if I'm telling a brother, listen, brother, you could do better. They shouldn't be offended by it. It's like right now, a brother making mad money does not equate to him being a great husband. Is that offensive to you, brothers? I said the same thing for women, but it's offensive.
You can't.
You can.
You can.
They are different. You cannot talk to a woman the same way you talk to a man. You gotta stop with this ideology that we talk to everybody the same way. You can't tell women the same way. It's not possible for us to talk to everybody the same way. We're supposed to show women
Sharon, women aren't a monolith where they have to receive things every the same. You should know your woman and how you need to talk to her. If you give a shit about her, if you learn the way to communicate with her effectively, as she learns how to communicate with you effectively. It's not, you can say, there's not a blanket code book on, like, here's how you talk to every single woman, and it's going to work every single time. Because just like men are a monolith, women are a monolith. And so you need to learn the person you
This
with.
is insane. So how can you say that? And then these brothers would say, well, they only cater to Sharon because Sharon speaks a certain way.
Well, I mean,
they say it themselves.
That's their opinion of you, man. He's talking about that's something different.
Ron, you know that.
Being in a relationship with you, brother.
They say it. I don't say it.
Hold up.
Love Sharon because he's the way how he talked to the woman, the way when Sharon be speaking to the woman, he rally him up because he do this.
Because we know how to do that. We know how to do that.
It must be a way that they recognize that they could speak to a woman in a different way. They choose to do it the opposite way on purpose.
But it's not the way that you're speaking to him, Sharon. It's the things that you're saying. It's the ideology that you're following. That's what they're agreeing with. That's what they're siding with.
They're doing both. They're complying with both. The way he says it, the ideology, it's everything. It's a total package. That's what it is. He's saying it in a non-confrontational, easygoing, beguiling manner, and they like the words that are coming out. So it's both of those.
Yeah, but we have examples of men who don't communicate the same way Sharon does, but they have the same message, and women still cater to those men, right? Because I know you guys seen the light-skinned guy with the tattoos on TikTok, and he's coming at men all type of way. Oh, he ain't paying your bills, leave him. He ain't doing this, leave him. He ain't doing that, F him. Yeah, go ahead and get you a side nigga today. You know, I know y'all seen this type of, bullshit spewed online. Yeah. And guess what? You will go to the comments or you'll see women reposting this shit, and they're 155% in agreement with that shit. It don't got to be that they're having the same decorum as Sharon. Yep. It's just that they have to be the path of least resistance. Your path has to allow me to escape accountability.
Yep. Yeah.
Your path has to allow me to be who I am and be comfortable where I am. And all I have to do is be beautiful, and I can have all the demands and expectations in the world. Another thing, Sharon, you stepped on your own foot just now, because now you said, oh, you can't. So you've established there are double standards. I remember you starting a conversation earlier where you said that was the issue with men, is that we were trying to create double standards, and that was the issue at hand.
No, I never said that. No, I never said that. I said that you got to treat women with deference. Like, that's why I used the whole, if my wife tells me to take out the garbage, I'm not going to all of a sudden point out the fact that she didn't wash the dishes. It's not the point.
We're not talking about pointing fingers. We're saying double standards.
Right.
That's a double standard. If I am to communicate with her differently, then then she's expected to communicate with me. We've established a double standard. That's what a double standard is, by definition.
Right, exactly. So if I'm leading my household, yes, I'm gonna cook. This is why I use in the beginning when I said I use business as an example. If I want my worker to work a certain way, I'm gonna serve them first, so now they could serve me.
So now you also just use an analogy where you describe women as a worker, and somehow HQ is not offended, feeling like you are trying to boss her around, or you are trying to demand her. She doesn't feel belittled. She doesn't feel as though she's underneath you. How do you feel any less superiority than comparing someone to an employee?
So therefore,
where's the outrage?
So therefore, I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that you said that. So therefore, you shall learn. You shouldn't fight it and say, how come I said the same thing as you? And when he said it, you was like, oh man, yeah, I can understand it. But when I said you was bad at me, you should learn.
So men and women are equal.
He got a different result than I did. Maybe I should change my way. If I was next to a track star and we ran the same 40-yard dash, but he ran it a little faster, I'm like, hey, let me check out your technique. What did you do with your elbow that I ain't doing with mine? Where did you start your foot at? Was you aligned? What did you do differently? Because we are trying to get to the same place at the same speed, but somehow I got 2 feet, you got 2 feet, you got 200, and I can't get there as fast as you.
But
and
Sharon,
he said it in real time. Sharon said, HQ, he called you a worker and you was okay with it.
Sharon,
why you wasn't offended? I said I'm willing to serve HQ. I'm willing to give everything to her. And in return,
she loved that. Look, she eating that up. She loved that. Eating it up. Oh, I love it. Yes, do whatever I say, baby.
I love it. Show me those beautiful.
That's what I'm saying, Sharon. By you saying that, you're assuming that men want what you have.
We can't love it when HQ smile. Yeah. You see that, Damien?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, y'all can hear me. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. It's me, Ella.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So this is what I'm saying. First of all, we got to stop assuming what we have is what the next person has. I don't care for a woman who's offended by me not being disrespectful, but me being assertive. If that woman is turned off, I don't care. I can live without that particular woman not agreeing with how I talk. I can sleep very well at night. It's not shaking my world. I don't need every black woman in America to uphold me like Simba to the fucking the stars. I don't need that. I can sleep well at night with the women. See, one thing men gotta realize, you gotta mess with women who want to mess with you. I'm not out here trying to convince women to see things my way. I'm not out here trying to say you gotta see. You can see however you want, the way you want to look at it. But I'm not about to be 75 years old with a bunch of cats. So at the end of the day, I judge a tree by the fruit it bears. If your life is not bearing the fruit that I want, don't assume that I want what you got. I got one child, and I love that. I live fine by myself. I can move and go as I please. I have no problem meeting a woman. I'm talking about why men do not want to deal with the so-called educated woman that women love to bring up in front of us. And all I said was education does not equate to a better wife. Just like I can say having mad money and being a millionaire does not equate to you being a better man. But men will not be offended by that. Women will be offended by that statement. That does not say something about a delivery of a man. That says more to the immaturity of the modern women. Period.
I'm offended by your microphone, though. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm offended.
It's not
by
my mic. It's my computer. Bro, I got the best Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi stupid ass. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I don't know. I got Google Fiber. Is at 100. Is at the highest rate. It's just the computer. I don't know, y'all. I tried. I don't. But any last thing,
I want to ask you a quick question. Just what you said to kind of what you just last said. He said how women be offended if he's saying being educated doesn't make you a better wife, and how a man who's a millionaire won't be offended if you said to make a man. A millionaire would be offended if you go to a millionaire and say, because you're a millionaire, don't make you a better man than me. A lot of men, some millionaires would be like, I'm better than you. Okay. You're right.
Because relationship, not in like. Because
you're right.
Women in corporate America. So a lot of great women that graduated from college, they're great. They accomplished a lot, but they by themselves, they don't have a man.
But Damien, we in general, women do say that. They tell men just because you got a lot of money don't make you special. Women will say
they
that.
Just told Cam Newton that. He said he's low
they
functioning.
They say he's low functioning.
But the funny thing is,
and Damien, honestly, would a lot of us be offended if that's just a general statement, just because you got a lot of money, it doesn't make you special. We wouldn't really be offended about that. We're like, yeah, that's right. Just because you have a lot of money, it doesn't make you special.
But all I'm saying, the thing is, if somebody said to you, Ali, you are a dude who makes a good living. If somebody said, just because you good living, if another brother came up to you that didn't know you or whatever and said, like on this panel, you on a panel with somebody like Ali ain't shit, just because you make a lot of money don't make you better than me. I think a lot of times, even if you don't entertain it, and in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, I'm doing what I need to do. I'm out here putting myself in a position to provide for my family. I'm educated. I'm this or that. Yeah, it kind of makes me a little bit better than you. If you sitting up like, living at your mama house, and you out of shape and all this kind of stuff like that. Yeah, I think I am better than you. And it's okay to think that. Because I know
but if we were having a conversation and we're supposed to be all mature adults and I started being offended by everything that you said, could I be deemed kind of immature?
If you reacted to it.
That's all. Yeah. So when Illa said she was immature, she was saying that what he was saying was offensive. A lot of what he was saying was offensive, and the way he said it was being offensive. And then he substantiated what he meant too when she said that, and she still stood on that. See, you doing it again. You doing it again. He said, okay, well, right now you're choosing to be immature. That's when he said she was immature.
Yeah, I can see that.
No, he said something before. He said something way before you got on the panel. He said a couple of things way before you got on the panel.
You got to remember if he was offended by HQ. What did he say?
It was just offensive to women.
Okay, what I said?
What was it?
I can't remember back then, but I can't remember.
Okay, like I said,
but I'm just saying that the immature thing was just the latest thing.
Wait, Sharon, what did he say, Sharon? You about to
like you punk ass bitch? You better.
Any last statement, show? I'm tired, bro. PJ, thanks for pulling up. I know this is different. You did excellent. I would love to have you back, bro. You seem like a natural. How was your first experience in this sector of the community? It's not the space, it's the community. Like Sharon said, it's a community, it's not a space. It's a community. How do you feel about, this community, PJ, the Chula?
I think, well, one, for me, it was a crazy experience because I found myself trying to fucking find words and whatnot. So this is just, this is very nerve-wracking. And I'm not even the type of person to get nervous on, speaking engagements and nothing like that. But this is a little bit different. I definitely didn't turn the comments on, not one time, and I don't want to.
Yeah, take your time.
But I think the thing is with everybody here is this is, a panel of intelligent people. Everybody's got their own ideologies. I would love to get to know, each of y'all individually, just because of, how I've heard y'all articulate topics here. I just feel like, it would be nice to kind of have a more solution-based conversation. And from what I've seen in a lot of your panels,
come on over, my brother.
You said you ain't got to see hey, Sharon.
What I see in a lot of your panels, is that you do. Well, first of all, I was there when you first kind of got started on YouTube. So I know when I subscribed to you, I think you had like 8 subscribers, bro. I ain't gonna lie. So And this was probably like what, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, something like that. So I've seen your growth, and I think you said I have a natural ability, but I think you really have it naturally. You just can naturally, articulate and speak to any damn topic. And you usually have a panel where we're speaking to solutions, right? But we got to figure out a way that we can kind of collide the two worlds. We got, Sharon's world over there, and we have our world over here. So I think at some point in time, we got to figure out how can we get both topics, both points heard. Because I feel as though, and correct me if I'm wrong to all of the men on the channel, I feel as though we're hearing the woman's side, and we're still at a point where we don't feel like we're being heard. Like, I feel like at least I could give you a list of what women, what their current gripes are. I could give you a list of the main, majority gripes that we hear, right? But can a woman articulate or give you a list on what a man actually is asking for today? What a man is actually concerned with or have gripes about today? So
HQ.
That's a great point.
What do you mean? You can run down the list. You say it 1,000,000 times. Y'all say 1,000,000 times. I know.
Hey, PJ, I just want to let you know that
all of that.
I just want to let you know, PJ, say that's my YouTube name right there, as Sharon Bracey. That SBG, that stands for Solution Based Group, by the way. So that's what we're all about every single day in the AM. And I'm going to be over there, man, tomorrow. And I'm going to be cooking selling ass up tomorrow. He's selling wolf tickets. Cooking Ali ass up tomorrow. I'm going to be cooking Damien ass up tomorrow because he took too long. And PJ, I'm going to be nice. Because it's your first time, but the second time I see you, your ass gonna get cooked up too.
I'm cook proof, man.
He said I'm cook proof, man.
Yeah, I just think
yo, PJ, they need the game to get me. They need like super chats. They need the chat. They need a lot of help to take me down, man. But it's all good though. I fuck with Sharon though, because he's a good sport. But you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing getting cooked over here. I love everybody. I just ain't going for bullshit. I'm just not going. I love our sisters. I think they're beautiful. I think they some of those beautiful women on this planet, but they just a little off today. That's all. And they've been altered. We've both been altered. Black men have been altered, but I think we can accept that. We can say, yo, we get fucked up. But when it comes to women, it's like they can't just say it. Like, we both been altered by society, by our parents, by nutrition, by misinformation. We've been altered by a lot of things, but it seems like it's just very hard for sisters to do it. But it's okay. It's all right. That's why we're here. But any last words from anybody on the panel? I'm tired.
Yeah. I think this was a great topic. I just think there's a lot of significant barriers between effective communications, which leads to bad relationships. So I think the goal should be, okay, well, how can we eliminate some of those barriers for people understanding themselves? Because I don't think nobody on this panel would disagree that people in relationships, we're better together than we are apart. When people find a good partner, they live better, they're happier, they have more money. All the best things in life happen for the most part when you have somebody. I think if we can find ways to effectively communicate, eliminate those barriers, and pick the right people, I think things will be all good.
And I'm all for you. I did a show called How to Find Love in the War. I did a show called Is it Spiritual Wars or the Gender Wars?
No edits.
You said what happened?
30 seconds to no edits. You better end it or you ain't gonna be able to edit it.
Oh, listen, I love everybody. Peace and love. I'm out the late outro. Thanks everybody for pulling up. Sharon, we will continue this, my friend. And y'all have a blessed evening.
All right, bro. Y'all take care.
Them niggas shrink around you, man. You know what I'm saying? They just in the space probably before you was a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But them niggas shrink when you come around. That's why them niggas don't want you around.
Situation with the genders and all of that shit that we've been hearing